Chapter 624. Young Miss Xuanai. So long as we kill him and destroy the evidence. How would young Miss Xuanai know that he was killed by us? Destroy the evidence? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, yet the cold lights in the depths of his gaze grew deeper. If it wasn't for Brother Ling Tian asking all of you to take refuge on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger earlier, all of you would utterly be unable to arrive at the Sword Monarch's treasure. Now, all of you have turned hostile and become ingrates. Dong Ming stood by Duan Lingtian's side as he spoke with an enraged expression. The expressions of the 3/4 level Void Initiation Stage martial artists went slightly grim when they heard this, and they glared fiercely at Dong Ming. It was as if they were blaming Dong Ming for being talkative. Dong Ming, I'll give you 5 breaths of time to leave this Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, you'll be buried with him. A 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist looked at Dong Ming as he threatened. Dong Ming, fuck off. The other 2 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists shouted out in a grim voice. Dong Ming's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't have the intention of leaving. Dong Ming, leave. This matter isn't related to you. Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Ming as he shook his head and smiled. Brother Ling Tian, I don't care if you've taken me to be a friend, but I've taken you to be a friend. Since you're my friend, it's naturally impossible for me to stand idly by when you've encountered danger. Otherwise, I, Dong Ming, would be a man in vain. Dong Ming became more and more agitated as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved, as he never imagined that Dong Ming's temper would be so stubborn. But Dong Ming's temper was very compatible with Dong Ming. Looks like you really want to be buried with him, Dong Ming. This is good as well, we don't have to worry that someone would expose us to that little girl after you die. One of the 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that surrounded Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming sneered. Die. The other 2 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists revealed cold lights in their eyes. Whoosh. 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 Origin energy raged on the other 3/4 level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, and their gazes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Only greed remained in the depths of their gazes. Do you really want to kill me that much? Duan Lingtian looked at the 3/4 level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed extremely naturally. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression when facing the 3/4 level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and 3/5 level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that came with ill intent, and he wasn't shocked or afraid. Duan Lingtian, you've helped us, and we owe you a favor. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. One of the 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists braced himself as he spoke. Not bad. The other 2 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists hurriedly followed suit. Something that shouldn't be taken. What are you referring to? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'm naturally referring to the treasures you obtained in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. A 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist looked at Duan Lingtian with a greedy expression, and he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but frown, and he felt slightly disgusted. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian started laughing. All the treasures I obtained in the 3rd level seem to have been obtained by me relying on my own ability, right? On what basis did the 6 of you take them away? On the basis that we're stronger than you. The origin energy on the body of the other 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists skyrocketed, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, accumulating force while waiting to attack. Even if we don't utilize concept, we're still capable of easily annihilating a 3rd level Void Initiation Stage kid like you by merely relying on our origin energy and spirit weapons. The origin energy on the body of the last 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist raged as well, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him as he sneered at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the situation was about to erupt, Dong Ming's face went grim, and he took a stride forward to protect before Duanling Tian. On his body, origin energy was raging. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him as well. But as a 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, facing 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists at the same time, he felt slightly weak no matter how he looked at it. Dong Ming, since you want to stand out forcefully, then we'll kill you first, and then we'll kill Duanling Tian. A 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward to charge towards Dong Ming. The other 2 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were enveloped by origin energy that was like flames, and they followed behind like shadows as they targeted straight at Dong Ming. When faced with 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists attacking at the same time, Dong Ming's face went grim. Kill Duanling Tian. The other 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists attacked at practically the exact same time. But their target wasn't Dong Ming, but Duanling Tian. The origin energy on the grade 6 spirit weapons in the hands of the 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists skyrocketed, and their concepts suffused out to sweep towards Duanling Tian. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above 2 of them. 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above the other person. It was in this hurry that Lin Fan's expression changed. Whoosh! Duanling Tian abruptly turned around to look at the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that charged towards Dong Ming, and a dim light flashed in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, he directly utilized his soul skill to construct an illusory space that enveloped the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. At the same time, a simple and ordinary sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. This sword was precisely the sword he'd obtained from the white-clothed sword monarch skeleton earlier, and it was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Along with the pulsation of the origin energy on Duanling Tian's body, 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, whereas when his hand that held the sword tightened, and his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! Another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. An entire doubled amplification. How could this be possible? When this scene entered into the eyes of the 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, it caused them to be dumbstruck. Even their attacks that blasted towards Duanling Tian slowed down slightly. The sword in Duanling Tian's hand amplified strength by 100%. Even if it was a grade 1 spirit weapon, it seemed to only amplify strength by almost 90%, right? A grade 1 spirit weapon that was capable of amplifying strength by 89% could already be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 1 spirit weapons. They'd never heard of a spirit weapon that amplified strength by 100%. Sword drawing arts. Right at the instant the 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were dazed, a cold light flashed within Duanling Tian's eyes, and it was precisely this moment that he'd been waiting for. If he were to go head-on with them, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the 3 of them at the same time. If the 3 of them were careless, then it would be a different story. Swish! A sword howl swept out, and it was accompanied by a wave of the sound of wind and thunder. Besides the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duanling Tian, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared. Second-level wind concept was comparable to 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First-level lightning concept was comparable to 1 ancient horned dragon silhouette. The strength of a total of 11 ancient horned dragons. It suppressed 2 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and was only inferior to the last 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning flashed past, and 2 lines of blood shot out. Bang! Bang! The 2 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists crashed to the ground. Even though the last one had hastily blocked Duanling Tian's sword strike, he'd suffered a heavy injury as well. Originally, when this person exerted his full strength, his strength surpassed Duan Ling Tian by the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, but it was precisely because of his carelessness that he'd missed the best opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian. You, the heavily injured 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist struggled to stand still, and the grade 6 spirit weapon in his hand pointed horizontally at Duan Ling Tian, and his expression was ghastly pale to the extreme. That. What spirit is that? But unfortunately, he was bound to be unable to finish speaking. Swish. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand transformed into a sword light that followed closely behind like a shadow, and it easily killed this heavily injured 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword back into his spatial ring. Brother Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Dong Ming recovered from his shock, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian. What are the three of them doing? Dong Ming, who just asked this question, suddenly smelled a bloody smell, and when he turned around to look, he saw the 3 corpses that had fallen before Duan Ling Tian. The 3 corpses laid in a pool of blood, and it was so dazzling and resplendent when it entered Dong Ming's eyes. This, Dong Ming recovered from his shock after a short moment, and he stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, you did this? What do you think? Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and a brilliant smile hung on his face from the beginning until the end. But when the smile that Duan Ling Tian revealed now entered into Dong Ming's eyes, it was no different than the smile of a devil. Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at the 3 people that were killing each other in the illusory space created by his soul skill, 1000 soul, and he had a calm expression as if all of this wasn't related to him. The 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists had equal strengths, and they were in a chaotic battle. The spirit weapons in their hands even flashed out fiercely to smash towards their companions that were standing on the same side a moment ago. The situation of the battle was extremely horrifying. When Dong Ming turned around as well, he looked at the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle and had suffered heavy injuries. Brother Ling Tian, what are the 3 of them doing? I don't know. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said indifferently, perhaps they're not splitting the spoils evenly, causing them to fight each other. Dong Ming naturally didn't believe Duan Ling Tian. Not splitting the spoils evenly. What a joke. Earlier, these 3 people came over menacingly and utilized all their ability to kill him. He originally thought that he would die at the hands of these 3 people. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the 3 of them actually stopped attacking at the same time and started fighting each other. This caused the origin energy on his body that was originally accumulating strength to disperse completely, and he stared blankly at the 3 of them fighting each other. He who was originally the target of everyone had become a spectator. The 3 people that called each other brothers a moment ago and joined forces to kill him had instead started fighting each other, and it caused him to be speechless. But he just didn't know what had happened. Suddenly, Dong Ming inadvertently glanced at Duan Ling Tian, and when he saw the cold smile on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, his heart jerked for no reason or rhyme. Could it be? Brother Ling Tian did it? After this thought arose in Dong Ming's mind, it was impossible for it to disappear, and it seemed as if it had taken root and sprouted in his mind. Even though he didn't know how Duan Ling Tian did it. But he had a strong premonition that all of this was done by Duan Ling Tian. For the first time, traces of terror arose in his heart for no reason or rhyme when he looked at the violet-clothed young man before him. He knew this was an existence that couldn't be offended, he could only be a friend and not an enemy. If he were an enemy, then he would surely die a graveless death. Chapter 625. After a short moment, the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were within the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1000 illusions, had all killed each other to the point of being heavily injured. The 3 of them were barely able to stand still and stood in a triangular confrontation, and they were out of breath. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang sounded out, and it drew the attention of Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming. As for the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists, they seemed as if they didn't hear anything. Duan Lingtian glanced over. The distant cavern wall suddenly collapsed, and a stone door appeared within it. Along with the stone door rising, a beautiful figure walked out with large strides to appear before his eyes. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he saw the yellow-clothed young woman that walked out slowly. The young woman was precisely Han Xuanai. Big brother Ling Tian. The young woman originally had a worried expression, yet when she saw Duan Lingtian, she squeezed out a trace of a smile. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked with slight worry when he saw Xuanai was slightly off. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm really useless. There are a total of 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, yet I actually failed 2 of them. Xuanai had a long face as she spoke with a dejected expression. Which 2 tests did you fail? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was the first test of choosing a grade 1 spirit sword, I failed. Then the last test was challenging the mirror puppet, and I only fought it to a tie, and it ended in failure in the end. As Han Xuanai finished speaking, she had an unwilling expression. That fellow knew all my abilities, and I was utterly unable to do anything to it. Han Xuanai spoke casually here. But when it entered Dong Ming's ears, it instead caused him to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned. Grade 1 Spirit Sword. To Dong Ming, there was a certain level of difficulty in obtaining a Grade 5 spirit weapon. A Grade 1 spirit sword almost caused his heart to jump out of his chest. Then did you choose a Grade 2 spirit sword or a Grade 3 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A 2nd grade spirit sword. Han Xuanai was crestfallen. A 2nd grade spirit sword. Dong Ming was stunned again. Why was this young girl so unhappy after obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword? As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. In his opinion. If it were him, not to mention obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword, even if he obtained a 3rd grade spirit sword, he would be so happy that he would not be able to sleep for a few days. A 2nd grade spirit sword is not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. I'm not looking down on its grade. Han Xuanai shook her head. I only wanted to pass that test, no matter if I chose a 2nd grade spirit sword or a 3rd grade spirit sword, it would still be a failure. In my eyes, there is no difference between the 2. Hearing Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like Xuanai's background is really unfathomable, and she doesn't even take a Grade 2 spirit sword seriously. Brother Lingtian, what are they doing? In next to no time, Han Xuanai recovered and became full of vitality. When she saw the 3 people that were in fierce battle nearby, she couldn't help but be stunned. They? Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. They wanted to kill me, so I slightly used some tricks on them. Brother Lingtian, you even know soul skills. Han Xuanai exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists that had empty gazes as they battled together. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Han Xuanai was able to discern that he'd done something. What a joke! Xuanai was a member of a great power in the foreign lands after all, and it wasn't strange for her to recognize a soul skill. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Han Xuanai instantly looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration when she heard this. Brother Lingtian, you're really formidable. I've never heard of a human martial artist being able to execute a soul skill before becoming an Emperor Wu. My luck is good and I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian smiled. The nearby Dong Ming was instead unable to wrap his head around it. Soul skill. Emperor Wu. He'd never seen or heard of the former. He'd only heard of the latter, and he knew that it was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Brother Lingtian seems to know some sort of soul skill. And that soul skill is something that human martial artists can only execute after becoming an Emperor Wu. This was the logic that Dong Ming had summarized after sorting it out. This brother Ling Tian is really surprising. The corners of Dong Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was chatting cheerfully with the young woman, and as he finished muttering, he didn't know how to describe the shock Duan Ling Tian brought to him. Brother Ling Tian, why did they want to kill you? Han Xuanai asked. They saw me come out from the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, so they coveted the things I obtained there, and they wanted to kill me and seize my treasures. In the end, it became like this. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he shrugged and had an expression of, "It's none of my business." Brother Ling Tian, you're too merciful. They wanted to kill you, yet you still let them live for so long. Han Xuanai lightly shook her head. Subsequently, under the astounded gazes of Duan Ling Tian and Dong Ming, Han Xuanai suddenly raised her hand. Along with Han Xuanai slowly pushing out her hand. Whoosh! A wave of extremely icy cold wind swept out to envelop the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle, and it froze them into ice sculptures. The 3 ice sculptures were of various shapes and were lifelike. They're an eyesore. Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at the 3 ice sculptures, and her hand lightly shook. Instantly, 3 fine needles condensed from ice condensed into form and whistled out. Swish! 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 The ice needles respectively collided with the 3 ice sculptures, causing them to directly shatter and collapse. The 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists within the ice sculptures were deader than dead. After doing all this, Han Xuanai instead seemed as if nothing had happened, and her gaze descended onto the 3 people that lay in pools of blood. Why have these 3 people died as well? I recognize them. Brother Ling Tian, you'd once kindly helped them earlier and allowed them to take refuge on the big guy's back. They were killed by me. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the 3 corpses and said, the 3 of them and the other 3 people you killed earlier joined forces with the intention of killing me and seizing the treasures I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. What? Han Xuanai's face went grim as she glared angrily at the 3 corpses. These 3 fellows actually repaid kindness with enmity. Damn it. Under her extreme rage, Han Xuanai attacked once more, and an extremely icy cold aura swept out to envelop the 3 corpses. Instantly, the 3 corpses transformed into 3 ice sculptures that lay on the ground. Bang! Han Xuanai raised her hand and slapped out, and 3 palm prints whistled out to blast the 3 ice sculptures into ice shards. This wasn't the end. Swoosh! Han Xuanai's sleeve swept out, and an extremely icy cold strong wind seemed to have condensed into numerous wind blades in the air, and it seemed to have formed a dense net that enveloped the ice shards. Instantly, the ice shards transformed into mist that covered the sky and dissipated in the air. Hiss! A wave of gasping sounded out. It was Dong Ming who felt coldness arise in his heart when he saw the young woman's actions, and he couldn't help but gasp. This little girl, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw Xuanai's actions, and warmth arose in his heart. As the saying goes, one is infuriated for a beauty. This little girl Xuanai was instead infuriated for her older brother now. You aren't coveting the things in my big brother Ling Tian's possession, right? In next to no time, Han Xuanai's gaze descended onto Dong Ming, and traces of an icy cold aura leaped about within it. It seemed as if so long as Dong Ming's answer caused her to be dissatisfied, then she would attack once more and freeze Dong Ming into an ice sculpture before destroying it. No, no. No. Dong Ming's body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. He'd completely experienced the temper of this young miss, and he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Now, even if someone beat him to death, he wouldn't dare offend this young Mississippi. When others killed, they would at least leave behind a corpse, and at the very least, they would leave behind some remains. But this young miss was different. With a raise of her hand, she'd annihilated a person without leaving a single trace in this world. Xuanai, don't scare Dongming. When those 6 people wanted to deal with me earlier, he even stood out to help me and wanted to fight them to the death. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The coldness in Han Xuanai's eyes instantly vanished when she heard this, and replacing it was warmth that was like spring. So that's how it is, I've misunderstood you. I never imagined that you even helped my big brother Ling Tian. Since it's like this, then I'll give you a gift of thanks. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it whistled out before firmly descending before Dong Ming and piercing into the ground. This is... Dong Ming was shocked, and when he recovered from his shock, he looked at Han Xuanai with a bewildered expression. This is the grade 2 spirit sword I obtained in the 3rd level. I reckon big brother Ling Tian wouldn't fancy it now. Take it. As Han Xuanai spoke, she slightly turned her head to look at Duan Lingtian, and her gaze was filled with deep meaning. This caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to help but jerk. Could it be that this little girl knows something? Grade 2 spirit sword. Dong Ming's body trembled when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he looked at the spirit sword before him with an astonished expression, and he was extremely excited in his heart. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and looked at Han Xuanai. You really want to give it to me? What? You don't want it? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows raised as she said indifferently, if you don't want it, then I'll take it back now. No. No. I want it. I want it. Dong Ming was instantly anxious when he heard the young girl, and he grabbed the grade 2 spirit sword and directly put it away in his spatial ring, deeply afraid the young girl would really regret it. After he put away the grade 2 spirit sword, Dong Ming heaved a sigh of relief, and then he looked at the young girl and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai, thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Why haven't Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold come out yet? Han Xuanai looked at the surroundings and frowned, and a trace of worry was mixed between her brows. Although Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, the worry on his face could still be discerned. Time silently flowed by. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours later. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming to wake up from their dreams. In next to no time, they saw the distant cavern split open, and a thick and heavy stone door appeared within it, and it was slowly rising up. Squeak squeak, a familiar cry sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Chapter 626. Swoosh. The little gold mouse transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Little Gold, you've finally come out. How was it? How many of those 6 tests did you pass? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse as he asked with a smile. Earlier, when he heard Xuanai speak of her encounter on the 3rd floor, Duan Lingtian realized that the tests that everyone that entered the 3rd floor ought to be the same. Of course, the last test, the mirror puppet, was different. Everyone was facing their own mirror puppet. 2. The little gold mouse drooped its head as it spoke with slight dejection. You only passed 2 tests. Which 2? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The 100 origin shadow puppets and the earth puppet test. I've failed the others. The little gold mouse spoke dejectedly. But its childish voice didn't bring out its current feelings in the slightest. Looks like my results aren't bad. Han Xuanai walked over to Duan Lingtian and stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's smooth back as she spoke with a light smile. She'd found balance on the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse instead closed its eyes comfortably and enjoyed Han Xuanai's stroke. It didn't reject Han Xuanai in the slightest. Perhaps it was because Han Xuanai had once helped it take revenge. Although Han Xuanai didn't directly kill all the higher-ups of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan, it was Han Xuanai that sealed them in ice, allowing the little gold mouse to have the chance to kill them. The little gold mouse possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to a human, so it naturally knew that if it wasn't for Han Xuanai, it would be impossible for it to take revenge. Presently, when he saw Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and the little gold mouse talking and laughing, Dong Ming, who stood nearby, was dumbstruck. A mouse that can speak. It's a void interpretation stage demon beast. Dong Ming felt that the amount of surprise he had experienced in his entire life was not as much as what he had experienced in the past few days. What kind of people and demonic beasts are those by Brother Ling Tian's side? For a moment, Dong Ming felt his scalp go numb. Brother Ling Tian. The little gold mouse blinked her pair of jade-green eyes as she stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "How many tests have you passed?" Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and didn't answer directly, but instead said via voice transmission, "All passed." "Pass all of them?" Shock instantly appeared in the depths of the little gold mouse's eyes. This scene just happened to be noticed by Han Xuanai, and Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Big Brother Ling Tian, this isn't fair. You only told little gold and not me. You little girl, don't you already know?" Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he replied. The reason he didn't speak directly and chose to send a voice transmission wasn't because he didn't want to tell Han Xuanai, but because he was afraid of frightening Dong Ming, who was standing nearby. Duan Lingtian, however, didn't know. Presently, Dong Ming had already been frightened by the three of them, and no matter how frightened he was, he wouldn't feel too much of it. Because he was already numb. Even if something unbelievable happened to Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't feel it was strange. "How would I know if you didn't tell me?" Han Xuanai's voice transmission carried slight grievance when she heard Duan Lingtian, and her face even revealed a delicate and pitiful expression as tears welled up in her eyes. The current her was simply like a completely different person compared to the her from before that was chatting and killing decisively. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said via voice transmission with slight helplessness, "All right, I'll tell you. I've passed all the tests. Didn't you already guess it when you looked at me with that gaze earlier? I only felt earlier that Big Brother Ling Tian might have passed all the tests. I didn't completely confirm it." As Han Xuanai's voice transmission finished, her delicate and pitiful expression vanished, and her tone was filled with surprise. "Big Brother Ling Tian, how did you pass the first and last tests?" When facing the curious Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian didn't conceal anything and spoke of his experiences. Of course, he omitted the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. A grade 1 spirit sword is actually an unformed sword embryo. Moreover, it's within a pile of scrap metal in the surroundings of the cavern. After Han Xuanai heard about Duan Lingtian's experience during the first test, she couldn't help but grumble. That martial monarch is truly too deceitful. Who would have known that a grade 1 spirit sword would be an inconspicuous and ugly sword embryo? Most importantly, it was hidden within a pile of scrap metal. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he heard Xuanai's grumbling. The first test was a technical job. Perhaps only a high-grade weapons craftsman would be able to find such an inconspicuous grade 1 spirit sword. "Big Brother Ling Tian, how did you find that grade 1 spirit sword?" Han Xuanai couldn't help but ask curiously. "I'm a weapons craftsman." Duan Lingtian's answer was very simple and direct. "So Big Brother Ling Tian is a weapons craftsman." No wonder. Han Xuanai came to a sudden realization. Weapons craftsmen have a unique eye for spirit weapons. I heard that many weapons craftsmen are even able to discern the grade of a spirit weapon just by looking at its appearance. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Being an alchemist was a skill to begin with, and after refining many spirit weapons, one would naturally have an extraordinary perception and eye towards spirit weapons. Then what about the last test? Han Xuanai asked. "I was helpless against my mirror puppet. In the end, we fought to a draw, but the time was up and we were stopped by the inscription formation. Otherwise, she would have defeated me sooner or later. Big brother Ling Tian, how did you deal with your mirror puppet? Han Xuanai blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Xuanai, actually, I didn't really deal with it, I just lured it. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian spoke of the specific process of the last test. That works? Han Xuanai's expression froze, and she said with slight vexation, why didn't I think of it? So the last test could be so simple. Big brother Ling Tian, you're too smart. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of admiration. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt lightheaded, and at the same time, he could not help but blush. After all, that was not the method he found. That was the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. On the other hand, he was only borrowing the method of others. Big brother Ling Tian, in this case, you've obtained the martial emperor's inheritance. When Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian again, she was inexplicably excited. The martial emperor's inheritance. Even she was quite interested in it. Duan Ling Tian was just about to tell Xuanai about the martial emperor's inheritance when he was suddenly interrupted by two loud bangs. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on two more holes on the other side of the cave wall in the distance. Inside the cave, the two large doors slowly rose up. At the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from behind the two large doors respectively, and their target was Duan Ling Tian. After a while, the two little pythons, one black and one white, appeared on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss hiss, they flicked their forked tongues excitedly and licked Duan Lingtian's cheeks. Big brother Ling Tian, looks like little black and little white are closer to you. They went to look for you as soon as they came out. Han Xuanai stood at the side, and her tone was somewhat sour. Hiss hiss, after hearing Han Xuanai's words, the two little pythons immediately left Duan Ling Tian considerately and flashed to Han Xuanai's shoulder, flicking their forked tongues to comfort Han Xuanai. Only then did Han Xuanai reveal a satisfied smile. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly. In terms of actual age, this girl was at least in her early 20s. But it was indeed rare for her to be able to maintain such a childlike innocence. Little black, little white, how many tests have the two of you passed? Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little pythons and asked curiously. Squeak squeak, meanwhile, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons with interest as well, and her pair of jade green eyes obviously carried slight perturbation. Obviously, she was worried that the results of the two little pythons would surpass her. When she found out that the two little pythons had only passed 2 tests just like her, the little gold mouse leaped for joy. What little black and little white passed was also the 2 tests of the 100 origin shadow puppets and earth puppets. However, to little gold, little black, and little white, the other 4 tests were indeed slightly more difficult. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. It's good that the two of you are fine. As for those tests, it doesn't matter if you pass or not. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 little pythons and consoled. Duan Ling Tian, who'd experienced the 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, knew clearly. There was a certain amount of risk of being killed in the 3 tests of strength. Being able to survive was undoubtedly an extremely fortunate thing. Hiss hiss, after Duan Ling Tian consoled them, the 2 little pythons that were originally dispirited became excited once more. Big brother Ling Tian, you haven't told me about the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained earlier. Han Xuanai's voice transmission sounded out once more by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to answer Han Xuanai, history repeated itself once more. An enormous bang sounded out and interrupted Duan Ling Tian once more. Bang! The distant cavern wall split open with a bang, and the shattered rocks fell to the ground as a door that slowly rose up appeared within the cavern. Under the focused gazes of Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming, an azure-colored old figure walked out from within. Elder Hu. The azure-clothed old man had just walked out when Dong Ming had already cried out in shock, and his eyes were filled with burning desire. The person that had come out now was precisely the expert he'd specially invited for the Sword Monarch's treasure. Moreover, he'd reached an agreement with the old man that they would share everything they obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure equally. Elder Hu walked out and glanced indifferently at Dong Ming before rising into the sky with the intention of leaving the Sword Monarch's treasure. Elder Hu. The expression of Dong Ming, who was originally looking forward to Elder Hu sharing the gains equally with him, went slightly grim, and he hurriedly rose into the sky to stop Elder Hu. Fuck off right now if you don't want to die. Elder Hu glared angrily at Dong Ming as he shouted with a grim voice. Elder Hu. Have you forgotten our agreement? Dong Ming asked with a low voice. Agreement? What agreement? Elder Hu grunted coldly. Elder Hu, you said that no matter what we obtain after entering the Sword Monarch's treasure, we have to share it equally. Could it be that it isn't so? Chapter 627. Dong Ming, are you questioning me? Elder Hu's face sank slightly when he heard Dong Ming. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to remind Elder Hu that if it wasn't for me, it would be impossible for you to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dong Ming spoke out. His words undoubtedly expressed a meaning. If it wasn't for me possessing the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, if it wasn't for me bringing you here, it would be utterly impossible for an old fellow like you to encroach on the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dong Ming's words caused Elder Hu's expression to become even more gloomy. For a time, he wanted to flare up. But when his gaze inadvertently flashed past the two people that were calmly looking at him and Dong Ming on the ground, he couldn't help but suppress his rage. He took a deep breath and didn't directly shed all pretenses with Dong Ming. I naturally remember that agreement. But I didn't obtain anything from the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure this time, so how can I split the treasures equally with you? Elder Hu's expression recovered its calm as he spoke indifferently. The current Elder Hu was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You have a good plan, I have a way out. It was more or less like this. You didn't obtain anything. Dong Ming's face went grim. Elder Hu's shamelessness had exceeded his imagination. Elder Hu, according to my knowledge, the first test you entered the third level was to give you a spirit sword. It's best if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, and the worst is a grade 3 spirit sword. Now, you're telling me that you didn't obtain any treasures in the third level? Do you think I would believe you? As he finished speaking, Dong Ming's tone carried slight rage, and he'd completely shed all pretenses. Or perhaps, you think I'm easy to fool. I don't know what you're talking about. What spirit sword? I don't know anything. Slight astonishment flashed deep within Elder Hu's gaze, and he was obviously surprised that Dong Ming actually knew what he'd encountered. But his expression still remained unchanged as he continued. If it was someone that didn't know, then perhaps they would really be deceived by him. But was it possible for him to deceive Dong Ming, who'd already understood the test of the third level? Elder Hu, I can give up on the spirit sword you obtained. But please take out the other treasures you obtained. Dong Ming spoke directly and straightforwardly. I've already said that I didn't obtain any treasures. If you dare to continue blabbering, I'll definitely kill you. Elder Hu said with a sullen face. His words were full of threats. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, Dong Ming roared with laughter, and his laughter was filled with slight sorrow. I truly never imagined that Elder Hu would change just like that in the face of absolute benefits. If I knew earlier, then even if I brought a dog to the Sword Monarch's treasure, it would still be better than bringing you. You dare to call me worse than a dog? Elder Hu's expression changed greatly. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a ball of extremely violent white flames, and he was ready to rush up and swallow Dong Ming at any time. Is it not? After Dongming shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any misgivings. If you don't think so, do you dare to remove the ownership of the spatial ring in your hand and show it to me? If there isn't a third-grade spirit artifact or above, I will definitely not pester you anymore. Dongming, if you still don't move aside, then you'll surely die a graveless death. Dongming's every word made Elder Hu's face turn uglier. In the end, Elder Hu completely exploded. The origin energy on his body was even more profound, and the power of intent was faintly discernible. He immediately intended to make a move and kill Dongming. Dongming, where did you find this old fellow? He's actually so shameless. But would he be able to flee? Needless to say, the speed of an 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist was extremely swift. But would it be swift enough to surpass the speed of a Void Interpretation Stage expert like Han Xuanai? The answer was no. Swish! Swish! The strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme swept out and covered Elder Hu's body, causing him to have nowhere to flee. In the next moment, Elder Hu's body stiffened as he stopped on the spot and transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Through the layer of ice, one could see that Elder Hu's pupils had constricted and his face was covered in a panicked expression, and this obviously showed how terrified and despaired he was before he transformed into an ice sculpture. The origin energy on Elder Hu who was frozen into an ice sculpture was gradually obliterated, and in the end, it transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, the ice sculpture fell to the ground with a bang, and it transformed into pieces that covered the entire ground. 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, dead. Whoosh! Along with Han Xuanai raising her hand, a piece of ice on the ground flew up and descended into her hand, and there was a spatial ring within it. Through the layer of ice, one could see that the spatial ring was extremely ancient, and its grade wasn't low. Whoosh! At the instant Han Xuanai spoke, origin energy bloomed from her hand, and the ice gradually melted to only leave behind the spatial ring in the end. Here! With a raise of her hand, Han Xuanai tossed the spatial ring in her hand to Dongming. Dongming hurriedly received it and looked at Han Xuanai with gratitude. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. You've helped Big Brother Ling Tian, and he wants to help you as well, so I naturally won't stand by idly. Han Xuanai nodded indifferently. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side and smiled lightly. Xuanai, we ought to leave as well. Xuanai smiled as she replied, and then she soared into the sky to leave the Sword Monarch's treasure with Duan Ling Tian and Dongming, and they passed through the door that was enveloped by the inscription formation to once again return to the depths of the sea. On the other hand, the colossus that lay there at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure had finally moved. Big guy. Xuanai was the first to fly out and descend onto the colossus' back. Ow! When it saw Han Xuanai, the colossus cried out in a low voice, and its voice contained slight trembling mixed within. Obviously, it was traumatized in its heart. The colossus was precisely the three-eyed flame tiger, the Empire Guardian demon beast of the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Dongming returned to the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as well, and they didn't have to worry about being unable to resist the pressure of the depths of the sea while being enveloped by the origin energy barrier of the three-eyed flame tiger. Big guy, let's go. Along with Xuanai speaking, the three-eyed flame tiger's limbs stomped on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. At the depths of the sea, the ground quaked and the mountains swayed. The three-eyed flame tiger transformed into a swift flowing light that flashed upwards. Everywhere it passed, the seawater split apart and spread towards the sides, and it swept out extremely vast. Not long after, Duan Lingtian and the others rode on the three-eyed flame tiger to leave the boundlessly vast sea and return to the surface of the sea. All along the way, even though they'd encountered many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea, all of them were directly annihilated by the three-eyed flame tiger. As for demon beasts, they'd been terrified to the point of hiding at the side since long ago when facing a terrifying existence like the three-eyed flame tiger. This expanse of sea wasn't far from Cloud Continent, and the strength of the demon beasts that concealed themselves here was ordinary. If the three-eyed flame tiger was willing, it was entirely capable of dominating this expanse of sea with its formidable strength. Big fellow, let's return to the Darkstone Empire first. Duan Lingtian said to the three-eyed flame tiger. He intended to send Dongming back first before returning to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Unknowingly, another few months have passed. The dynasty martial competition is getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction of the Dark Han dynasty, and his gaze flickered as he muttered in his heart. After notifying Xuanai and Dongming, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and started cultivating. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. At the same time, a milky white stone appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it was precisely the low-grade origin stone he'd obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Presently, Duan Lingtian held the low-grade origin stone and absorbed the condensed spirit energy within the origin stone to cultivate, causing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it couldn't be compared to before. As he felt the vast origin energy within his body, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. Low-grade origin stones were completely exhausted by Duan Lingtian one after another. Moreover, all of this was due to this violet-clothed young man. No matter if he was able to meet this mysterious violet-clothed young man again in the future, he would surely engrave this kindness in his heart in his entire lifetime. If he had the chance to repay the violet-clothed young man, then he would surely go through fire and water without hesitation. A few days later, the three-eyed flame tiger had arrived at the border between the Darkstone Empire and Dark Han dynasty. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling white-colored flames suddenly rose explosively around the violet-clothed young man that sat upright on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and the white flames were ceaselessly rising. Whoosh, in next to no time, the white flames rose explosively to the limit. Whereas at the side of the 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above him, another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes suddenly appeared. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian's body trembled as his feelings surged exceedingly, and he abruptly opened his eyes that flowed with lights that were dazzling like an array of stars. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, the person would notice that besides a strand of flowing light flickering in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, there were also 2 dim lights that were faintly discernible. Of course, the dim lights didn't exist for long, and it wasn't long before they were completely annihilated. The appearance of a cactus was nothing more than this. Crackle, crackle, suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly clenched his fists tightly, and a wave of the sound of his bones rubbing together sounded out, and it was clear and pleasing to the ear. My strength has become much stronger. As he felt the strength contained within his body, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face was covered in delight. After he broke through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage, he'd obtained an increase of 2 ancient horned dragons in one go. Such an increase could be considered to be the first time in Duan Lingtian's entire lifetime that he'd obtained such a great improvement, and he'd created a completely new record. Big Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a childish voice sound out by his ears. Swish! A golden light assaulted his face and instantly pounced onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and it revealed a fluffy and chubby figure. It was precisely the little gold mouse. Little gold. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to hold the little gold mouse in his hand, and then he lightly smiled. Have you broken through during this period of time? Big Brother Lingtian, I've broken through. The little gold mouse raised her head and spoke with slight complacency, and her childish voice seemed to be slightly strange when combined with her tone. Big Brother Lingtian, congratulations. Meanwhile, another voice that was pleasant to the ear like an oriole sounded out. After a short moment, a beautiful figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Obviously, she discerned something from Duan Lingtian, and that was why she congratulated him. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman before him, and the smile on his face grew wider. Big brother Ling Tian, you still haven't told me what the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained is, Han Xuanai spoke to Duan Lingtian. Her large eyes flickered with traces of a sheen of curiosity. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was busy cultivating, and even though she was curious about this, she didn't disturb Duan Lingtian and had always restrained herself from asking. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian smoothly breaking through, her curiosity instantly arose once more. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He never imagined that this little girl Xuanai would actually be so stubborn. However, to him, there was nothing to hide in front of Xuanai. Not to mention Xuanai had always been helpful to him. Even with Xuanai's mysterious and formidable background, she might not be interested in the martial monarch's inheritance he obtained, and at most, she would probably be curious. Xuanai, at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke in detail of what happened after he passed through all the tests in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and he didn't conceal anything, including the 3 types of profundity fragments. Xuanai, if you're interested in any one of those 3 profundity fragments, then I can give it to you. Duan Lingtian spoke to Han Xuanai. Even though profundity fragments were extremely precious, in Duan Lingtian's heart, it was far from being able to compare to the friendship between him and Han Xuanai. If Han Xuanai needed it, then he wouldn't frown in the slightest even if Han Xuanai gave away 3 profundity fragments. As the saying goes, a tiny bit of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai helping him all along the way during his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure this time, it would be very unlikely for him to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the 3rd level with his cultivation. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew himself well. It could be said that everything he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure was given to him by Han Xuanai. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai, he would probably have nothing. Big brother Ling Tian, you should keep it for yourself. You'll be able to use the Wind Profundity Fragment and Lightning Profundity Fragment in the future. As for the Sword Profundity Fragment, perhaps it'll be of use in the future. Han Xuanai shook her head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. Han Xuanai didn't even blink when facing the temptation of a Profundity Fragment. This caused Duan Lingtian to be even more shocked in his heart, and he was even more curious about Han Xuanai's origins. Exactly what background does Han Xuanai have? Even if it was the Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, even though he wouldn't be too excited before a profundity fragment, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to maintain his composure. Of course, since Han Xuanai didn't want it, Duan Lingtian didn't continue persisting. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. The Wind Profundity Fragment and Lightning Profundity Fragment were profundity fragments that he'd be able to use in the future. As for the Sword Profundity Fragment, Duan Lingtian had plans in his heart. Once he cultivated the 9 Tribulation sword control technique, he would try his best to comprehend sword force and even sword concept. I just happen to have a sword concept fragment in my possession. So long as I comprehend sword concept, I'll be able to comprehend that sword concept fragment and improve the might of my sword concept. Duan Lingtian still remembered. The sword concept fragment in his possession was obtained at the end of the 1st level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. He'd relied on Han Xuanai's ability to obtain it. Big brother Ling Tian, we've already entered the area of the Dark Han dynasty now. I intend to participate in the dynasty martial competition with you, what do you think? Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Han Xuanai. This little girl Xuanai wants to participate in the dynasty martial competition. Isn't this clearly bullying others? Duan Lingtian could imagine. If this little girl Xuanai really participated in the dynasty martial competition, there would probably be no one that was a match for her. An existence at the void interpretation stage that was even more formidable than the #1 expert of the Inkstone Empire, King Yong, sweeping through all the young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty would be nothing difficult. So long as you're interested. Duan Lingtian said, I presume so long as you raise this idea to King Yong, he'll surely be impatient to ask someone to give up a spot for you. This was something that Duan Lingtian could be sure of. With Xuanai's strength, so long as a rare monster like Xuanai didn't appear while representing the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition, then she would definitely obtain the first in the Dynasty Martial Competition. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Once we return to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, I'll ask Uncle Red Mole to give me a spot. Chapter 629. Uncle Red Mole. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Han Xuanai was talking about, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his mind, the red mole between King Yong's brows that was like a congealed blood slowly appeared, and it was so dazzling when it entered his eyes. Only this little girl Xuanai dares call King Yong Uncle Red Mole. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the three-eyed flame tiger entered the territory of the Dark Han Dynasty, he headed all the way towards the capital. The Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition would be held in the capital at that time, whereas, Duan Lingtian would represent the Darkstone Empire to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the dynasties was actually only an appetizer. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the true main event. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties including the Dark Han Dynasty would gather together and compete in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to seize the highest honor. What I need to do now is obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties during the Dynasty Martial Competition. After that, I'll stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and use the foreign lands' powers as a stepping stone to officially enter the foreign lands. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a dazzling sheen. He knew clearly in his heart that it wasn't an easy thing to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the very least, it had a certain level of difficulty to him now. Even if I have origin stones and the advancement of my cultivation is extremely swift. But, it's practically impossible for me to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with my current cultivation. It's even to the extent that I might not be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties even in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he felt a certain level of pressure. Cultivate. Cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Earth Dragon Form. Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and pinching it to cultivate. At the same time, vast origin energy surged out from within his body, and it passed through the meridians in his entire body to ceaselessly surge into his dantian to strengthen his original origin energy. After an unknown number of days, Duan Lingtian felt his origin energy become saturated once again. Of course, he was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. After consuming a mid-grade primordial stone, Duan Lingtian took out another mid-grade primordial stone to cultivate. While cultivating, another fragment appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This fragment was precisely the wind concept fragment he obtained in the 2nd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and it was a 5th level wind concept fragment. Cultivating the origin energy and comprehending the concept at the same time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's strength and concept were also quietly increasing at a rapid pace. He hadn't even walked out of the foreign lands, yet he already possessed such cultivation conditions. If news of this were to spread, then even those experts that stood at the peak of the Dark Han Dynasty would probably be jealous. No matter if it was mid-grade origin stones or concept fragments, they were both things that were difficult for them to obtain. In the Dark Han Dynasty, low-grade origin stones would at most appear. These low-grade origin stones were basically from the origin stone veins of the various dynasties. Origin stone veins were the foundation of a dynasty. Of course, the origin stone veins of the various dynasties were all origin stone veins of the lowest grade, and low-grade origin stones would appear at most. It was impossible for them to extract mid-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones. But even then, it was already shocking. Once I walk out of the foreign lands, so long as it's a power that's ranked and has some resources and reserves, practically all of them possess an origin stone vein of their own. An origin stone vein is the foundation of a power's foundation. Only those small powers that are inferior to the various dynasties don't have fixed origin stone veins to extract. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew the situation in the foreign lands like the back of his hand. The stronger a power in the foreign lands was, the more origin stone veins it possessed, and the higher grade it was. For example, the few top powers in the foreign lands. Practically all the origin stone veins they possessed were high-grade origin stone veins, and top-grade origin stones would occasionally appear amongst them. A single top-grade origin stone was comparable to 100 high-grade origin stones. The preciousness of top-grade origin stones was obvious. Another few days passed. Duan Lingtian woke up and looked down at the vast expanse of land beneath the three-eyed flame tiger, then muttered. We've already passed the Dark Han Dynasty's southern desolation. Milky Way City is not far ahead. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and said, I want to make a trip to Milky Way City before returning to the capital. Duan Lingtian had come to Milky Way City once before. He'd stayed for 3 months that time. During these 3 months of time, besides going to the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion to post a bounty for the ageless root, he'd also walked around Milky Way City for a while, and before he left, he'd even made a deal with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Until now, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be slightly excited when he thought of that deal. That was a deal that was sure to be profitable. Relying on a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for 2 spirit fruits and a grade 4 spirit sword, not only that, the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Xiang Ying, had even promised to spare no effort to help him find the ageless root. Now, I wonder if that pavilion master Xiang has found the ageless root for me. No matter if he found it or not, I still have to make a trip. Otherwise, if he really found it and I didn't go get it in time, then I would have missed it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The ageless root was related to the rebirth pill. Presently, Duan Lingtian had already more or less prepared the medicinal materials required for the rebirth pill. The most important primary medicinal ingredient, the red Luan's blood, and the secondary medicinal ingredient, the phoenix feather grass, had already been obtained. Now, he only lacked the other secondary medicinal ingredient, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill right away, and then rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. With the peerlessly overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, if I consume it, I'll be able to charge into the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above in a short period of time. When the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins 1.5 years later, I might even have already relied on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Void interpretation stage. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded, then asked. Big brother Lingtian, where's that Han River City? It's not far ahead. Over there. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the distant clouds and mist dispersed, and a small black dot appeared before his eyes, and it was precisely Han River City. Big guy, go to that city ahead. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai instructed the three-eyed flame tiger. Aowu, the three-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice, then transformed into a crimson-red waterfall that headed directly towards the small black dot in the distance. Whereas the small black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into an exceedingly enormous city that was like an enormous beast that lay there, and it caused others to be unable to refrain from feeling shocked in their hearts. It was precisely Han River City. Big guy, you don't have to go down with us. Duan Lingtian spoke to the three-eyed flame tiger, then he bid farewell to Han Xuanai, and the two of them flew out together to slowly descend towards Han River City. As for the little gold mouse and the two little pythons, they were currently cultivating. The two little pythons coiled around Han Xuanai's white wrist and didn't move in the slightest, whereas the little gold mouse instead lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with her limbs facing the sky, and she looked as if she'd fallen asleep. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai flew down to descend outside the treasure-gathering pavilion in Han River City, and for a time, it drew the attention of many people. Humph. Foreign kid, you're so ignorant of the rules. Let your grandfather, properly teach you. Suddenly, a sonorous explosive shout sounded out. After that, a figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian and attacked Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before finally transforming into the silhouette of an ancient horned dragon that dashed out with its bloody maw wide open as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the gazes of everyone present, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth moved slightly as he slowly spat out 4 words. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed and coiled around his hand before finally converging at the tip of his index finger and condensing into an origin energy light. In the next moment. Tempest point. The material origin energy finger force instantly shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past to intercept the Duan Lingtian that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The speed of the burly man was slow like a turtle before this bolt of lightning. Swish! The origin energy finger force flashed past, and it even didn't contain any concept as it easily penetrated the space between the burly man's brows. A bloody hole appeared between the burly man's brows, and fresh blood sprayed out. Bang! The burly man's body stopped in midair, and his eyes dimmed before his entire body crashed down to fiercely fall onto the ground. Silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The expressions of the surrounding spectators went slightly grim as they looked at the 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that gradually dispersed above the violet-clothed young man, and their eyes were filled with fear. He didn't utilize force or concept and was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form such a phenomenon with merely his origin energy. He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Heavens! How old is he? 4th-level void initiation stage. He's simply a monster. He's too young. That fellow is really unfortunate. What does it have to do with him how he wants to enter the city? A mere 7th-level void prying stage martial artist dares to easily take the edge of a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist? He's really courting death. That person is simply courting death. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and they shook their heads as they looked at the corpse that fell on the ground. A 7th-level void prying stage martial artist was gone just like that. Xuanai, let's go. From the moment he made a move to killing that ignorant burly man, it was only an instant, and it seemed to not affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if everything that had happened earlier wasn't the slightest bit related to him. Yes. Xuanai nodded and followed Duan Lingtian to walk towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. Customer, do you need anything? The attendant at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion had witnessed the scene from before with his own 2 eyes, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xuanai was filled with reverence. I've come to look for your pavilion master. Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he spoke slowly. Customer, how do I address you? Hearing that Duan Lingtian had come to look for their pavilion master caused the attendant to be even more terrified. My surname is Duan. Chapter 630. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian's short sentence caused the expression of the attendant from the treasure-gathering pavilion to go pale. He still remembered the words their pavilion master left behind a few months ago. Anyone with the surname of Duan must be invited into the treasure-gathering pavilion with the most respectful etiquette. If anyone neglects an esteemed guest, then they must be heavily punished. Guest, please come in. When he thought up to here, the attendant broke out in cold sweat, then he lowered his head and respectfully made a gesture to welcome Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai into the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the other hand, the group of people outside the treasure-gathering pavilion were completely dumbstruck. Who the heck are they? They're actually able to make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion treat them with such respectful etiquette. Based on the current situation, their identities aren't simple. Of course. If their identities were simple, then how could they make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion act like this? According to me, they might even have a deep relationship with our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion's Lord Pavilion. If it's really like this, then this fellow is really blind to have offended such an existence. The group of people that were discussing couldn't help but shoot their gazes towards the corpse of the burly man that lay on the ground. As for Duan Lingtian, he paid no attention to the bustle behind him. Presently, he and Han Xuanai directly entered the treasure-gathering pavilion to see the pavilion master, Xiang Ying, under the lead of the attendant. Brother Lingtian. Xiang Ying seemed to be extremely happy to see Duan Lingtian once more. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied, then introduced Han Xuanai to Xiang Ying and introduced Han Xuanai to Xiang Ying. Miss Xuanai. Xiang Ying lightly smiled and nodded to Han Xuanai, then paid no further attention to Han Xuanai and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he sighed. Brother Lingtian, you ought to have come this time for the ageless route, right? I'm truly sorry, up until now, even though I've utilized all my connections, I still haven't obtained any news related to the ageless route. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Xiang Ying knew the reason for his visit. However, when he found out about the result, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Don't worry, I'll think of something else. Duan Lingtian shook his head and squeezed out a smile. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. I'll do my best to continue searching for the whereabouts of the ageless route. Xiang Ying solemnly vowed. Then I'll thank Pavilion Master Xiang first. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then said, since there's still no news of the ageless route, then Xuanai and I will be leaving first. Pavilion Master Xiang, farewell. After Duan Lingtian and Xiang Ying said their goodbyes, they left Jubao Pavilion together with Han Xuanai. Walking out of the Jubao Pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see many respectful gazes falling on him. It was even to the extent that all along the way, discussions about him were being spread out everywhere. Supposedly, this young man has a deep relationship with the pavilion master of our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion. Even the attendants of the treasure-gathering pavilion are extremely respectful to him. He wouldn't be the illegitimate son of the pavilion master, right? Even though the pavilion master's reputation spreads far and wide in our Dark Han dynasty, he ought to be unable to give birth to such an outstanding son. Perhaps all of you don't know, but this young man is already a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist at such a young age. It can't be, right? He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Yes. Earlier, before the treasure-gathering pavilion, he made a move for a short period of time, and he killed the 7th-level void prying stage martial artist that attacked him for no reason with a single point of his finger. Waves of intense discussions clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this. He directly soared into the sky and returned to the sky above Milky Way City with Han Xuanai, returning to the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger. But when they arrived high up in the sky and saw the three-eyed flame tiger, they couldn't help but be stunned. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky in the distance, and its enormous body was trembling intensely, as if it had suffered some sort of pressure. It wasn't just that, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that slight terror seemed to be mixed within the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's eyes. It was terror that came from the bones and the depths of the soul. Squeak squeak, suddenly, the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with its 4 feet in the sky woke up, and it cried out in shock as its fluffy and chubby body lightly trembled. It seemed as if it had sensed something terrifying. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the 2 little pythons that were curled up on Han Xuanai's wrist had successively awoken from their cultivation, and they swiftly flicked their tongues as their 2 pairs of sharp eyes flickered with an unusual sheen. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and he hurriedly looked around the surroundings with the intention of searching for the reason that caused the demon beasts to act strangely. But, no matter how he searched, even if his spiritual force swept out, he still came up empty-handed in the end. If it wasn't for him seeing the demon beasts act strangely with his own 2 eyes, he might really think that there was no person or demon beast in the surroundings. Even my spiritual force is unable to detect his depth. From this, it can be seen that his cultivation is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he took a deep breath as his eyes were filled with fear. If the opponent was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above, then what he feared the most now was, the opponent was an enemy and not a friend, and the opponent's strength was even stronger than Han Xuanai. Xuanai, you noticed as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Han Xuanai's face had gone grim, and her eyes even emitted an indescribable flowing light, and he couldn't help but ask. Han Xuanai nodded. Xuanai, could it be that he's even stronger than you? Han Xuanai's extremely unsightly expression caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk, and he realized that the matter wasn't so simple. That person's strength might even surpass Xuanai. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Han Xuanai nodded once more. Who the heck is it? Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that Han Xuanai's gaze was currently looking towards the sky above the 3-eyed flame tiger. Instantly, Duan Lingtian looked over as well. In the sky above the area where the 3-eyed flame tiger was, the clouds and mist dispersed along with the wind, and an emaciated figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The emaciated figure stood there like a dry corpse, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. What a terrifying figure! Duan Lingtian noticed that the spiritual force he stretched out with the intention of probing the emaciated figure hadn't even approached the surroundings of the emaciated figure when it was crushed by a shapeless force. A large area around the emaciated figure seemed to possess something similar to an aura, and it completely resisted Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of the emaciated figure. This was an old woman in azure clothes. Her emaciated cheeks had a calm expression, and her eyes were dim and lusterless, causing one to be unable to discern whether she was happy or angry. She stood there as if she was an ancient statue. Duan Lingtian gasped. This person is probably not only at the void interpretation stage. Her strength might even be at the void transformation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was unable to approach this azure-clothed old woman, he had inherited the lifetime's memories and experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he could sense traces of the aura of an existence at the void transformation stage or above from the azure-clothed old woman. The aura was faint, but Duan Lingtian still sensed it. This feeling was very strange, and it came from the lifetime's experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be 100% sure. Xuanai, find an opportunity to leave first. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission to Han Xuanai. Currently, he didn't know why this old woman would appear here and what her intentions were. But just in case, he still hoped that Han Xuanai could leave first. If this old woman was really in existence at the void transformation stage or above, then Han Xuanai and he would definitely die if she was hostile. A powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above was far from what a void interpretation stage martial artist could compare to. Even though Han Xuan'ai was strong, she was still nothing in front of a powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. But even so, he still hoped to fight for a chance for Han Xuan'ai to survive. "Brother Ling Tian, what are you saying?" At this moment, Han Xuan'ai returned to her senses, and after hearing what Duan Lingtian said, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Xuan'ai, we still don't know her intentions. But she's very dangerous. How about this, you leave first and find a remote place to hide. I'll see if I can lure her away," Duan Lingtian said again. Now, Han Xuan'ai finally understood what was going on. "Brother Ling Tian." Han Xuan'ai smiled bitterly. "She doesn't have any hostility towards us, so you don't have to be like this." "Doesn't have any hostility?" Hearing what Han Xuan'ai said, Duan Lingtian's tensed nerves trembled, and he had a puzzled expression. "Xuan'ai, what do you mean by this?" "Brother Ling Tian, she's the Qing Nu I mentioned to you before," Han Xuan'ai said. "Qing Nu? She's Qing Nu?" Duan Lingtian's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and his face was filled with astonishment. The name Qing Nu was not unfamiliar to him at all. Back then, Han Xuan'ai had mentioned this name many times. Qing Nu was someone by Han Xuan'ai's side, and could even be considered as a protective umbrella that followed by Han Xuan'ai's side. Her strength was even stronger than Han Xuan'ai's. Moreover, according to what Han Xuan'ai said, the 2 little pythons were able to achieve what they had today because of Qing Nu's contribution. "So she's Qing Nu," Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Han Xuan'ai and smiled bitterly. "Then why were you like that earlier?" Han Xuan'ai's appearance earlier was precisely the source of Duan Lingtian's confusion from his concern. Han Xuan'ai lowered her head as she looked at the azure-clothed old woman in the distance, and she said dejectedly, "Brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu's arrival means that I can't continue to stay in the Dark Han dynasty. I want to go home." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. "So it was because of this. If you want to continue playing outside, then can't you discuss it with her?" Duan Lingtian suggested. Chapter 631. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the helplessness in Han Xuan'ai's tone. However, he still nodded solemnly in response to Han Xuan'ai's words. "Don't worry, Xuan'ai. I'll definitely let you see a brand new me the next time we meet." Xuan'ai nodded. The gloominess on her face was swept away, and she regained her optimistic smile. However, she soon sighed again and looked at Duan Lingtian. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Brother Ling Tian, little black and little white, at this moment, how could Duan Lingtian not understand the meaning of Han Xuan'ai's words? His gaze fell on the 2 little pythons in Han Xuan'ai's hands, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Little black and little white had been with him since birth. Although they had left for a few years, their relationship with him was still very deep. And Duan Lingtian had always treated them as family. Hiss, the 2 little pythons seemed to have realized something. They flicked their tongues in annoyance and kept swinging their tails. The next moment. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Xuan'ai's hands, streaked across the sky, and coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands. "Brother, I don't want to leave. I want to stay by your side. Brother, I don't want to leave with Sister Xuan'ai. I want to follow you. I miss Sister Ke and Li Fei." The 2 little pythons' voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt warmth in his heart. Originally, the 2 little pythons had left him for many years, and there was an invisible distance between them. At least, that was the case on Duan Lingtian's side. But now, the 2 little pythons' actions made Duan Lingtian feel warmth, and that trace of distance in his heart disappeared without a trace. "Sister Xuan'ai, I want to stay by brother's side. Sister Xuanai, I don't want to leave brother again. Han Xuanai, who was standing far away, had a complicated look in her eyes when she heard the voice transmissions from the two little pythons. In the past few years, although she had been with the two little pythons day and night, the hearts of the two little pythons were obviously not on her side. This made her feel both helpless and bitter. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Since Little Black and Little White want to stay by your side, I won't take them with me this time. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to say something, Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past. The green-robed old woman who had been standing in the distance suddenly appeared behind Han Xuanai. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a hoarse voice, "These two little fellows are descendants of mutated holy beasts. In terms of natural talent, they aren't the slightest bit inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse on your shoulder." The green-robed old woman was precisely Qing Nu, who was by Han Xuanai's side, and she was currently looking at the little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder as she spoke slowly. Descendants of mutated holy beasts? Duan Ling Tian looked at Little Black and Little White with an astounded expression. He was extremely clear about Little Black and Little White's background. They were the children of two ferocious beast pythons. How could they possibly be related to a holy beast? Senior, have you made a mistake? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian looked at Qing Nu and asked. At the same time, he spoke of the origins of the two little fellows one by one. Descendants of two ferocious beast pythons? Qing Nu hadn't said anything when Han Xuanai had already exclaimed in shock. Brother Ling Tian, you said Little Black and Little White are the children of two ordinary ferocious beasts. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At that time, it was I who personally brought them back home before they were hatched. Moreover, their appearance after they were born had once puzzled me. Because they didn't look like their mother, nor did they look like their father. This isn't difficult to understand. Qing Nu spoke once more, and her voice was still hoarse. Instantly, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai were successfully attracted by Qing Nu. Qing Nu continued. The so-called mutated holy beast descendants are different from ordinary holy beast descendants. The descendants of ordinary sacred beasts, such as this jade-eyed heavenly mouse, could inherit the bloodline inheritance of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan through its mother. However, the descendants of mutated sacred beasts could rarely inherit the bloodline inheritance. It was more random. Just like these two little fellows. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be lost in thought when he heard what Qing Nu said. These things weren't present in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Speak frankly if you have something to say. In the end, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and looked at Qing Nu. He was able to discern. What Qing Nu said earlier was intentional, and she was obviously paving the way for something. Qing Nu's originally dim eyes abruptly lit up as she glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian and said, "No matter if it's a mutated holy beast descendant or an ordinary holy beast descendant, their potential is extremely enormous. If you're doing it for their own good, then you should give them a better future and allow them to become demon emperors in the shortest amount of time." Hiss hiss, as soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, the two little pythons that coiled around Duan Lingtian's hand became restless and ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Obviously, they heard what Qing Nu said and were displeased. Humph. Didn't you say so much because you want us to go with you? I won't go with you. I want to follow Big Brother Ling Tian. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Qing Nu. "Little fellow, you're smart. Being able to speak in the human tongue at the void initiation stage has completely broken the common sense of ordinary demon beasts. Looks like I've still underestimated you." Qing Nu looked at the little gold mouse and a slightly surprised expression appeared on her face. Obviously, she was shocked by the little gold mouse's sudden words. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse raised her head complacently and cried out twice when she heard Qing Nu. At the same time, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons. You two idiots that don't know how to speak, both of you. Are you going to follow Big Brother Ling Tian like before, or continue following Big Sister Xuanai and this old woman? Old woman. The little gold mouse's words caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. Little Gold called this expert that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage an old woman. If it was another existence like this, Duan Lingtian would have been burning with anxiety since long ago. Now, he was able to maintain his composure. After all, this existence that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage or above before him was someone by Xuanai's side. He believed that Xuanai wouldn't allow her to act rashly. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw it again. Qing Nu wasn't angered in the slightest by the little gold mouse's rude words, and her expression was calm like an ancient well without the slightest ripple. Perhaps, in Qing Nu's eyes, the little gold mouse was only a child, and a child's words carried no harm, so she didn't have to fuss about it. Hiss hiss, the little gold mouse's words didn't enrage Qing Nu, but instead enraged the two little pythons, causing the two little pythons to glare angrily at the little gold mouse. In next to no time, they made their stand clear. They followed Duan Lingtian. Of course, it's fine if you insist on keeping them by your side. Qing Nu added. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Qing Nu. I wonder what's the better future you speak of. Qing Nu didn't hesitate and said directly, let go and allow them to return to their wild nature. Demon beasts are only able to stimulate their entire potential and break through their limits under the most adverse circumstances. With their natural talent, so long as they experience sufficient tempering, it isn't impossible for them to transform into true saint beasts. Transform into true saint beasts. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Even though he didn't know what the saint beasts Qing Nu spoke of were, as there was no record of them in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. But since the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was only a descendant of a saint beast, the terror of a true saint beast could be seen from this. The descendants of saint beasts were all demon emperors when they matured to the limit. Then what about true saint beasts? It was unimaginable. You have a way to help them? Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu and asked with a low voice. Even though he was extremely reluctant to part with the three little fellows. But if the three little fellows were really able to have a better future, then he would absolutely not ask the three little fellows to stay by his side. He took the three little fellows to be his family, so he naturally hoped that the three little fellows would be able to have the best future. Duan Lingtian's concern for the three little fellows was no different than a father's concern for his child. It was all for the sake of the latter. I know of a place that's suitable for them. But, the time required is slightly long. Qing Nu said, at least 7 or 8 years, and at most 10 or 20 years. 7 or 8 years? 10 or 20 years? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly pale, as he never expected that it would take so long. Qing Nu, Han Xuanai who'd been silent all along finally spoke, and her expression was extremely heavy. You want to send Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White to that place? You're crazy. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai was like a she-wolf protecting her cubs. They're still young, they're only children. Duan Lingtian was stunned. After knowing Xuanai for so long, it was still the first time he'd seen Xuanai lose her composure like this. He could guess that the vile environment Qing Nu spoke of was an extremely terrifying place. At least, even a void interpretation stage martial artist like Han Xuanai would go pale when talking about it. Young Mississippi, Qing Nu sighed. Even though they're young, they possess extraordinary bloodlines that are far from what ordinary demon beasts can compare to. You ought to know that if they're able to come out from there, they'll surely be able to obtain extremely great benefits, and even have a profound influence. Han Xuanai went silent for a moment when she heard this. She naturally knew that what Qing Nu said was true. Not to mention others, just Qing Nu was an existence that had once come out from that place. Whereas the current Qing Nu's cultivation had long since far exceeded the limits of what her natural talent could attain. It could be said that Qing Nu had been changed precisely by that place. That place was hell to 90% or more of the demon beasts that entered it. But to the remaining less than 10% of the demon beasts, it was heaven. Heaven, hell, a fine line between life and death, and one would become a true expert. Xuanai, is that place really so good? Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai as he asked. Big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai laughed bitterly. I can only say. The demon beasts that enter that place can be said to have a slim chance of surviving. Whereas those that are able to survive are all existences with peerless natural talent and extraordinary strength. That place is indeed the best touchstone for demon beasts. But the risks within it can't be underestimated. Qing Nu, I know you have high hopes for Little Black and Little White. But that place is truly too dangerous. I don't approve of their going as well. Qing Nu sighed and didn't say anything further. The reason she persisted was because she didn't have any ill intent. She just didn't want these three little fellows with potential to be covered in dust. As a demon that had experienced life and death in that place, she was sure. With the potential of these three little fellows, if they were able to come out alive from that place, they would surely soar into the sky. But since her young miss had spoken, it was naturally not good for her to persist. Big brother, I want to go to that place with her. Qing Nu had calmed down, but the little gold mouse was restless, and it spoke to Duan Ling Tian with a childish voice. Its tone was firm and resolute. Little gold, don't cause trouble. Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at the little gold mouse. Big brother, I'm not causing trouble. I've already discussed it with Little Black and Little White. We're going to that place. Once we come out from there, we'll come back to look for Big brother. At that time, we'll be able to help Big brother even better. The little gold mouse continued speaking with a childish voice. Discussed it? With Little Black and Little White? Wasn't Little Gold always on bad terms with them? For a time, Duan Ling Tian was slightly bewildered. When these three little fellows were together, it was truly a headache. There's no need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and he was just unwilling to allow the three little fellows to take the risk. But the stubbornness of the three little fellows had completely exceeded his imagination, and they were unwilling to stay behind no matter what. In the end, Duan Ling Tian was completely at his wits' end. At the same time, his heart was filled with dissatisfaction towards Qing Nu. If it wasn't for this old fellow constantly encouraging the three little fellows, how could the three little fellows have changed their minds? Duan Ling Tian gnashed his teeth with hatred towards Qing Nu. If anything happens to the three little fellows in the future, then even if she's someone by Xuanai's side, I'll still kill her. At that time, don't blame me for not knowing how to respect the elderly. Duan Ling Tian swore in his heart. Duan Ling Tian didn't doubt in the slightest that he would be able to possess a strength that surpassed Qing Nu in the future. Putting aside his outstanding innate talent and the concept fragment and profundity fragment in his hands, he was still in possession of the profundity fragment. Even the great treasure vault left behind by the Samsara Emperor Wu in the foreign lands and the rebirth pills were sufficient to allow him to possess a cultivation speed that far exceeded an ordinary person. Swoosh! A gust of wind whistling sounded out, and the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder to arrive on Han Xuanai's shoulder. Swish! Swish! The two little pythons weren't willing to fall behind and returned to Han Xuanai's wrist. Big brother Ling Tian, don't worry, I'll take good care of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Since it had already come to this, Han Xuanai didn't know what to say, and could only continue to console Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded and was slightly dispirited. Big brother Ling Tian, will be leaving first. Han Xuanai and the three little fellows bid their farewells to Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, Han Xuanai even glanced at the three-eyed flame tiger before leaving. Big guy, obediently send Big Brother Ling Tian back to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. If I find out that you're disobedient, I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle. Awu. The three-eyed flame tiger's body lightly trembled when it heard Han Xuanai's threat. But if one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that in the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's gaze, there was a faint sheen of excitement mixed within. I can finally get rid of this little she-devil. The three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly in its heart, and it was overjoyed from excitement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian ascended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and sent off Han Xuanai and Qing Nu with his gaze. The two of them even brought along the three little fellows. Little gold, little black, little white. Nothing must happen to all of you. Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart when he saw Han Xuanai's figure vanish before his eyes. Roar! Instantly, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was dragged along by the three-eyed flame tiger to flash out towards the direction of the capital. All along the way, the three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly without end, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Looks like this big fellow was really bullied by Han Xuanai earlier to the point it had a bellyful of pent-up anger. Now that Han Xuanai had left, that pent-up anger had completely erupted. Duan Lingtian shook his head and paid no further attention to the three-eyed flame tiger before directly sitting down to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Earth Dragon Form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian had already immersed his entire body and mind into cultivating, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. He only knew how to ceaselessly cultivate. The origin energy within his body seemed to have transformed into a vast river that ceaselessly flowed through the meridians within Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was increasing at every moment. The three-eyed flame tiger quickly sent Duan Lingtian back to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Whereas Duan Lingtian had returned to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian. Not long after he entered the estate, Duan Lingtian heard someone call out to him from behind. When he turned around, he saw the person that called out to him with a single glance. Su Li. You've gone out as well. The person that called out to Duan Lingtian was none other than Su Li. At this moment, Su Li had obviously just returned from outside. I just went out for a walk. Su Li lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he thought in his heart. I've been out for a few months this time, I wonder what changes Su Li's cultivation has undergone. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force silently stretched out to envelop Su Li's body. It detected Su Li's current cultivation at the first possible moment. How could this be possible? At practically the instant his spiritual force detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his heart was filled with shock. Heavens! What have I detected? Su Li. Su Li is actually at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. This was the source of Duan Lingtian's shock. Su Li's current cultivation was actually no different than his. He was extremely clear in his heart about the fortuitous encounters Su Li obtained to possess this cultivation. But how did Su Li advance so quickly? Could it be a spirit fruit? If it's really a spirit fruit, then it's understandable. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But, it can be seen from this that the master behind Su Li isn't simple at all. What a joke. Would a person that was able to use a spirit fruit to advance Su Li's cultivation to such an extent be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, you've left for a slightly long time this time. Did you obtain any special gains? Su Li asked. I didn't obtain any special gains, and I only obtained some comprehension in terms of concept. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked together and returned to their own courtyards. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he couldn't help but sigh when he felt the cold atmosphere. All of them have left. Only I remain. Chapter 633. I wonder how Kerr and Little Fay are now. But since they've entered a power in the foreign lands and obtained the favor of the higher-ups of the powers, their cultivations have surely advanced by leaps and bounds. Guosu, their strengths might have already far surpassed me now. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had thought of his two fiancées. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't seen his two fiancées for a few years. He missed them greatly in his heart. Kerr, Little Fay. Wait for me, I'll come look for the both of you very soon. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd suddenly taken stimulants, and he shuddered before instantly sitting up from the bed. He held a mid-grade origin stone and wind concept fragment in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Vast origin energy surged within Duan Lingtian's body and filled the meridians throughout his body before finally converging together and gushing into his dantian. No matter what, I must become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by becoming eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would I have the chance to join a formidable power in the foreign lands. Only by joining a formidable power in the foreign lands would I be able to possess a trump card to protect myself in the foreign lands. With my current strength, if I were to walk out of the foreign lands by myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk far before being killed. Only by leaving the foreign lands would I be able to look for Kerr and Little Fay, and only then would I be able to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the Emperor Wu during his second lifetime. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he drew a perfect blueprint for his future. All of this was the motivation that ceaselessly pushed him forward. After he returned from the Sword Monarch's treasure, Duan Lingtian stayed in his courtyard to cultivate and didn't leave. Over 2 months later. On the bed in his room, Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged there, had an instantly tense expression, and he seemed to have encountered something. At the same time, the origin energy in his body surged out like waves of tempestuous waves. Whoosh! The tempestuous waves swept out and charged towards the final bottleneck between the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage and the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Bang! A light sound rang out as Duan Lingtian's origin energy smoothly broke through the bottleneck, and the origin energy in his entire body underwent a transformation along with it. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, and there was a slight excitement on his face. His cultivation had finally broken through smoothly to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If others were to find out that Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage 3 months ago and had broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage now, moreover, he hadn't consumed any spirit fruits, their jaws would probably be shocked off. Only Duan Lingtian was not surprised. With my natural talent that was transformed from the 10,000-year stalactite milk and coupled with the assistance of origin stones, spending 3 months of time to advance from the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage is nothing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Presently, only half a year remains before the dynasty martial competition begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. It's practically impossible to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. This was something Duan Lingtian could be sure of. Even though his natural talent was strong and he possessed many origin stones, it was practically impossible for him to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage in such a short period of time. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Perhaps I'll be able to suppress Mo Xian and reign supreme amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. But the young geniuses of an empire are utterly nothing in the Dark Han Dynasty's dynasty martial competition. Not to mention the young geniuses of a few tens of empires besides the Darkstone Empire that will be coming. Even the outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty are probably not few in number. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt extremely great pressure. It's difficult to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial competition at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. If it's the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, I'm afraid I still have a chance. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze flickered. It's extremely difficult to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in half a year. But it isn't impossible. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. There are 2 ways. The first is to find the ageless root and refine the rebirth pill. The second is to obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists, and it can't be a spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtian had already consumed a spirit void fruit once in the past, and if he consumed it once more, the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced and wouldn't be of much help to him. The ageless root. It's probably difficult to find in a short period of time. Perhaps I have a chance with a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things, and the train of thought in his mind became clear. But it's not a simple matter to obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists. Presently, the Dynasty Martial competition is just around the corner. Even if a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists appeared in the Dark Han Dynasty, it would probably have already been completely swept away. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly dejected. Moreover, I utterly don't have the means to find a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists. I almost forgot about him. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he shuddered and regained his senses. He'd thought of a person. After Duan Lingtian thought of that person, he didn't hesitate to directly leave the courtyard and leave the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Not long after, an enormous being soared into the sky near the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Big fellow, I'll be troubling you. Duan Lingtian stood on the 3-eyed flame tiger as he spoke with a light smile. Roar! The 3-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice. Although it was slightly unhappy, it didn't dare show it. Who knew if the fellow on its back would tell on it to the little she-devil? If the little she-devil were to know that it had neglected this fellow, then wouldn't the little she-devil freeze it into a popsicle? With the 3-eyed flame tiger's speed, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian once again arrived at Milky Way City. After entering Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian directly went to the treasure-gathering pavilion. Brother Lingtian, you're so anxious to find me, is there something you need? The Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master, Xiang Ying, had a bewildered expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for his visit. I came this time because I want you to take care of something for me. I want a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists. Besides the spirit void fruit Pavilion Master Xiang gave me the other day, any other spirit fruit is fine. Xiang Ying was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, someone by your side is participating in the Dynasty Martial competition? The Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial competition was half a year from now. Presently, practically everyone in the Dark Han Dynasty was discussing this grand event. At the same time, there were already many powers throughout the Dark Han Dynasty that had spread the word that they were willing to pay an extremely high price to exchange for spirit fruits used by Void Initiation stage martial artists. Practically all these powers had young geniuses that were preparing to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial competition. Every member of every power hoped that the young geniuses of their powers would be able to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial competition and win the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. So, they spared no expense to wantonly gather spirit fruits used by Void Initiation stage martial artists. I'll participate myself. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke directly. Participate yourself? Xiang Ying was stunned. When Duan Lingtian came to ask about spirit fruits used by Void Initiation stage martial artists, his reaction at the first possible moment was that someone by Duan Lingtian's side wanted to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. Whereas Duan Lingtian was looking for spirit fruits for that person. It wasn't that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself intended to participate in the dynasty martial competition. But Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Moreover, he'd only heard 2 months ago that Duan Lingtian was only a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. With Duan Lingtian's age, being able to possess such a cultivation meant that in terms of natural talent, it was already sufficient to shock others. But if it was just this little bit of cultivation, it was practically impossible for Duan Lingtian to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition. Yes. Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient when faced with Xiang Ying's repeated questions, and he nodded. Xiang Ying returned to his senses and laughed bitterly. Brother Lingtian, I can only say that I'll try my best. The main reason is that the dynasty martial competition is about to arrive, and not only are the various powers of the Dark Han dynasty searching for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, even the various empires are paying attention to the news of spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Now, so long as spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists appear, it utterly wouldn't be long before it would be directly bought at a high price. As he finished speaking, Xiang Ying shook his head and sighed. As the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, he was clearly aware of how many people had come to the treasure-gathering pavilion to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists in the recent period of time. So he knew. At this moment, the spirit fruits that were used by void initiation stage martial artists were extremely rare and precious. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Xiang to help me pay attention. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to obtain spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists besides the spirit void fruit, then I can ask Master to lend you a grade 3 spirit weapon for Pavilion Master Xiang to study properly. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiang Ying and spoke slowly. As he finished speaking, there was no lack of temptation in his voice. Whereas this temptation was undoubtedly enormous to a grade 4 weapons craftsman like Xiang Ying. Brother Lingtian, is this true? Xiang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a serious expression. At the same time, his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows that didn't stop for a long time. Of course it's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Don't worry, Brother Lingtian. During this period of time, I'll surely do my best to search for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root for you. Xiang Ying vowed solemnly. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to help me find the ageless root, then I can promise you on behalf of my master to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for you. Of course, you have to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire. Feng Tianwu. The young woman he met in Phoenix Nest City when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for the first time and arrived at the Darkstone Empire. He still remembered. Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and if she was unable to deal with it before the age of 30, then her body would explode and she would die at the age of 30. Now, since I've arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, I ought to pay a visit to the Feng clan's city governor Feng and take a look at Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he had a plan. Big brother, do you know how to get to the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian swiftly stopped a passerby on the street and asked politely with a light smile on his face. I don't. The passerby waved his hand impatiently before going around Duan Lingtian and leaving with large strides. Duan Lingtian could only look at the next passerby that passed by. Big brother, do you know where the Feng clan is? This time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a 1,000 gold note and waved it before the passerby. I know. Of course I know. The passerby's eyes lit up when he saw the gold note, and he spoke hurriedly and excitedly. Meanwhile, the passerby that went around Duan Lingtian and walked in front heard the words of the passerby behind him as well. As he turned around, he secretly exclaimed, "There's still someone that's so willing to help others these days. It's truly rare." But when he turned around and saw the violet-clothed young man that asked him the question earlier had actually withdrawn a 1,000 gold note and passed it over to another passerby, he was completely dumbstruck. "I only answered a question and obtained a 1,000 gold note." For a time, he was extremely regretful and hated himself for being too impatient and actually missing this rare opportunity. He swore in his heart, if someone asked for directions in the future, he would surely not be impatient and would patiently answer the person that asked for directions. All this was something that Duan Lingtian would never know. Presently, after he found out the location of the Feng clan estate that the Feng clan resided in, he directly walked over. Not long after, Duan Lingtian stood before the door of a vast estate. This vast estate was dazzling and magnificent, and it looked to not be the slightest bit inferior to the imperial palace. It could be seen from this that the power this estate represented wasn't simple in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty. This Feng clan is really extraordinary. A mere estate's door is comparable to the city gate of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. As he looked at the door before him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the enormous plaque on the door of the estate. On it, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Feng clan. That Feng character, suddenly, seeming to have sensed something, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at the Feng character on the plaque. On this Feng character, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed the aura of an inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into it. Bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of invisible energy surging toward him. Subsequently, his mind became clear. At the same time, a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. In the scene, an exceedingly enormous flying beast floated in the sky, and its entire body emitted an extremely beautiful crimson-red sheen. The body of the flying beast blazed with boundless flames, and it was like a happy fire spirit. Phoenix. Even though Duan Lingtian had never seen a flying beast like this in the past, this flying beast was similar to a phoenix. However, this type of flying demon beast was slightly similar to the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, so it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to link the two together. Most importantly, this scene was in the form of an inscription formation, and it existed within the word Feng on the plaque of the Feng clan estate's entrance. It caused one to be unable to refrain from daydreaming. Duan Lingtian walked out with large strides and headed towards the entrance of the Feng clan estate. In next to no time, the guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate abruptly stood out, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous guardian deities that obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. These Feng clan guards wore fiery red clothes, and the space between their brows was filled with seriousness, causing them to seem to possess an overbearing aura. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop these Feng clan guards and detect their cultivations. The strongest amongst these Feng clan guards was at the 9th level of the void prying stage, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the void prying stage. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. I truly never imagined that the clan Tian Wu is from is so terrifying. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above is actually only a guard of the clan she's from. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. What are you here for? Meanwhile, the one and only 9th level void prying stage martial artist amongst the Feng clan guards stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a low voice. I've come to look for someone. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke slowly. Who are you looking for? The Feng clan guard pursued the root of the matter. I'm looking for Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian directly stated the reason he'd come. Feng Tianwu. The group of Feng clan guards couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu. Does our Feng clan have such a person? Instantly, many Feng clan guards looked at each other, and some even couldn't help but mutter. Although their voices were soft, it was completely heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. It can't be, these people actually don't recognize Tianwu. Little brother, have you come to the wrong place? Our Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the Feng clan guard in the lead spoke to Duan Lingtian. There's no person called Feng Tianwu. The Feng clan guard's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned for a time. Are you sure your Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu? In the end, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and asked. No. In the end, the answer Duan Lingtian obtained was still the same. Then I want to ask. How many Feng clans are there in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked. In the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, there's only our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard answered Duan Lingtian patiently. Only the Feng clan. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, when these Feng clan guards said their Feng clan didn't have a person called Feng Tianwu, he thought he'd come to the wrong place. He'd even once guessed that it was very likely that a second Feng clan existed in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. And Feng Tianwu was in that Feng clan. Chapter 635. When he saw the reverence that the group of Feng clan guards revealed, Duan Lingtian knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. This place was precisely the Feng clan that Feng Wudao spoke of that day. But, how could these members of the Feng clan not know Tianwu? This caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. Right at this moment, the Feng clan guard in the lead was the first to recover from his shock, and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Young master, you know the eldest master. Eldest master. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he reacted to what had happened. This Feng clan guard was precisely speaking of Feng Wudao. Yes, I know him. I came here precisely for the sake of looking for him. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw Duan Lingtian agree, the Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian once more, and there was slight reverence in his eyes. I've offended you earlier, please forgive me, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's fine. I wonder if you can help me notify him. Young master, please follow me. The Feng clan guard didn't go in to notify him, and he directly called out to Duan Lingtian instead. Then he led the way in front and led Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate. As for the other Feng clan guards, they stood at the sides and looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. The eldest master hasn't appeared before others for many years. I never imagined that such a young man would actually know the eldest master. Yeah, the eldest master is an unreachable legend in our Feng clan. According to rumor, if it wasn't for the eldest master having no interest in the position of patriarch of our Feng clan, the current patriarch of our Feng clan would surely be the eldest master. I've heard of this as well. Supposedly, the eldest master's strength has already attained the acme of perfection, and it's even not inferior to our Feng clan's two ancestors. All the Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. All of their words were filled with reverence towards Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao, the eldest master of the Feng clan, and the big brother of the current Feng clan patriarch, his status in the Feng clan wasn't inferior to the patriarch in the slightest, and he directly chased after the two great ancestors. Duan Lingtian had learned all of this from the Feng family's general as he followed behind him. Never would I have expected that city master Feng from back then to have such a background. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. At the same time, Duan Lingtian curiously asked the Feng clan guard that led the way ahead. Big brother, I see that your Feng clan estate is extremely grand, and it isn't much inferior to the imperial palace. Your Feng clan's status in the Dark Han dynasty ought to not be low, right? Duan Lingtian's words were actually just a test. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Feng clan general revealed a proud expression, and at the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Young master, you're probably not a member of our Dark Han dynasty, right?" "How do you know?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. If young master is a member of the Dark Han dynasty, then it's impossible for him to not understand our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. In his heart, he faintly realized that the Feng clan was probably in existence with an extraordinary status in the Dark Han dynasty. Meanwhile, the Feng clan guard looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian and asked, "I wonder how I should address you, young master." Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. "So it's young master Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, young master Lingtian's appearance in the Dark Han dynasty is most probably for the sake of the dynasty martial competition, right?" As the Feng clan guard finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Exactly." He recognized this old woman. The old woman was none other than the Grandma Su he'd met in the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate that day. She was also someone that followed by Tian Wu's side. At that time, for the sake of Tian Wu, Grandma Su didn't even hesitate to kneel before him, and her loyalty to Tian Wu was something that the heavens and the earth could bear witness to. Duan Lingtian had always felt respect towards Grandma Su. Duan Lingtian's voice broke the slightly silent atmosphere at the scene. On the other hand, Grandma Su finally raised her head slowly, and she noticed Duan Lingtian who stood behind the Feng clan guard with a single glance. Young Master Lingtian." Grandma Su's muddy eyes flickered with bright lights when she saw Duan Lingtian, and she spoke out with slight pleasant surprise. On the other hand, when the Feng clan guard saw the old woman lose her composure and call out Duan Lingtian's name, he truly realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple. What a joke! He was extremely clear about who this old woman before him was. Supposedly, this old woman was once the personal servant girl by the side of the wife of the previous patriarch of the Feng clan, and she herself was an expert with extraordinary strength. Presently, even if it was the Feng clan's patriarch, he would still have to be respectful when facing her. She only had to say a single word to control the life and death of a Feng clan guard like him. "Senior, long time no see." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to Grandma Su, and it could be considered as a greeting. Grandma Su didn't mind and called out to Duan Lingtian. "Young Master Lingtian, please come in." When Duan Lingtian walked into the estate within the estate before him, he didn't forget to turn around and nod to the Feng clan guard. "Sorry for the trouble." "Young Master Lingtian, you're too courteous." The Feng clan guard hurriedly replied humbly. The Feng clan guard only took a deep breath when the estate within the estate before him was closed, and then he turned around and left. His heart was filled with shock. Earlier, even if it was Senior Su, he was extremely respectful when facing that young man. Even those young masters of our Feng clan weren't treated like this by Senior Su. He wouldn't be the eldest master's illegitimate son, right? As he thought about this, the Feng clan guard couldn't help but guess in his heart. Of course, he only dared to guess. If he dared speak of this guess of his, then even if he had 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Presently, Duan Lingtian followed Grandma Su into the estate within the Feng clan estate, and this estate belonged to the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao. "Young Master Lingtian, when did you come to the capital?" Grandma Su led Duan Lingtian in as she asked. "I've been here for some time." Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and then he asked. "Senior, are City Governor Feng and Tian Wu here?" Grandma Su shook her head. "The eldest master and the young miss went out last month, and they'll probably be gone for some time. But they'll surely be able to rush back before the dynasty martial competition." "They went out." Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Looks like I've really come at the wrong time. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was invited into the main hall at the center of the estate by Grandma Su, and she brewed a pot of tea for Duan Lingtian. There wasn't a single servant or maidservant in the entire estate, and it was cold and cheerless. Elder Kong isn't here as well. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and asked. Grandma Su nodded. Elder Kong has gone out with the eldest master and the young miss. Young Master Ling Tian, you probably didn't come to the Dark Han dynasty's capital especially for the sake of looking for the eldest master and the young miss, right? Duan Ling Tian had said earlier that he'd already arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital for some time, and this obviously showed that Duan Ling Tian hadn't come here only for the sake of the Feng clan. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I've precisely come for the Dynasty Martial Competition. Dynasty Martial Competition? Grandma Su was slightly surprised. Could it be that young Master Ling Tian has come representing the Darkstone Empire? Duan Ling Tian continued nodding. For a time, the gaze Grandma Su shot at Duan Ling Tian had completely changed. I never imagined that in a short few years, young Master Ling Tian's strength would actually improve so swiftly, and he even became eminent amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian spoke modestly. Luck? Grandma Su shook her head. She'd lived for more than half her life, so she naturally wouldn't believe that this was luck. As expected of the man the young miss is destined to be. Extraordinary as expected. Chapter 636. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at Grandma Su and said curiously, I asked those Feng clan guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate earlier. They seemed to not know of the existence of Tian Wu. This was something that Duan Lingtian was deeply puzzled about until now. Feng Tianwu was the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Logically speaking, everyone in the Feng clan ought to know of her. But those Feng clan guards seemed as if they'd utterly not heard that the Feng clan possessed a figure like Feng Tianwu. This isn't strange. Grandma Su shook her head and said slowly, to a certain extent, the existence of the young miss isn't acknowledged by our Feng clan. In our Feng clan, only the people by the eldest master's side and the young miss's side, and some higher-ups of the Feng clan know of the young miss's existence. All along, the higher-ups of the Feng clan have intentionally concealed the existence of the young miss to the outside world. So, in the Feng clan, not to mention those clan generals, servants, and servant girls, even some young direct-line disciples don't know of the existence of the young Mississippi. As she finished speaking, Grandma Su sighed. Why did the Feng clan's higher-ups do this? Duan Lingtian frowned. Because of the Feng clan's face. Grandma Su spoke slowly. Face? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that Tian Wu's existence can affect the Feng clan's face? What sort of explanation is this? If young Master Ling Tian has the time, then this old woman will disturb young Master Ling Tian. Allow young Master Ling Tian to understand the cause of this matter. Suddenly, Grandma Su sat down at the side. I have the time. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he was filled with curiosity towards the cause of this matter. At this moment, Grandma Su slowly opened her mouth. Many years ago, beneath the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty, there were two great clans that reigned supreme. These two great clans were respectively our Feng clan and the Long clan. Our Feng clan and Long clan have always been like fire and water. In the end, we even completely shed all pretenses and caused a storm of blood. The two great clans started an unprecedented battle. At that time, the battle between the two great clans was so intense that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The upper echelons of the two great clans all swore that they would exterminate the other clan, and completely exterminate the other clan's bloodline. 30 years ago, our Feng clan schemed against the Long clan and killed numerous void interpretation stage experts. Since then, the Long clan was suppressed by our Feng clan and was even almost annihilated by our Feng clan. And it was at that time that no one would have imagined that the son of our Feng clan's patriarch, the eldest young master of the Feng clan, would actually save the third young miss of the Long clan and even have deep feelings for her. When the old patriarch found out about this matter, it was already many years later. At that time, our Feng clan's eldest young master and Long clan's third young miss had already given birth to a daughter. That time, the old patriarch was angered to death. The Long clan's third young miss blamed herself and chose to commit suicide. At that time, only a single bloodline remained in the Long clan, and that was, when Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she was already sighing repeatedly. That was Tian Wu, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Grandma Su nodded. As expected. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was complicated. When Grandma Su spoke of this story, he'd guessed that the Feng clan's eldest young master in the story was Feng Wu Dao. Whereas the Long clan's third young miss was Tian Wu's mother. Tian Wu possessed the bloodline of both the Long clan and Feng clan. What happened after that? Did City Governor Feng protect Tian Wu? Duan Ling Tian asked. After arriving in this world for so long, he had a certain level of understanding towards some things in this world. A great clan like the Feng clan attached great importance to face. The Feng clan's old patriarch was angered to death because he felt that his son had brought shame to the Feng clan, and it was because he didn't teach his son well. Duan Ling Tian was able to imagine it. After Tian Wu's mother committed suicide, all the higher-ups of the Feng clan would surely cut off the last trace of the Long clan's bloodline for the sake of the vow the Feng clan had once made. Feng Tianwu. No. Grandma Su shook her head. At that time, even though the eldest young master's strength could be said to be at the top amongst his peers, he wasn't a match for that group of old fellows. At that time, it was the Lord Priest and Elder Kong that interfered and protected the young Mrs. life. But from that time onwards, the higher-ups of the Feng clan came to an agreement to not allow outsiders to know of all this. Whereas the young miss was hidden away, and from then on, she followed by the side of the former eldest young master, the current eldest young master, and lived in seclusion. It was precisely because of this that very few people in the Feng clan knew of the young miss's existence. Grandma Su finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Ling Tian let out a long sigh. I truly never imagined that Tian Wu had such a complicated past. Does Tian Wu know of all this? She doesn't. Grandma Su shook her head, and her expression gradually became serious. Young Master Ling Tian, you must not mention this matter to the young miss no matter what. Otherwise, I'm afraid the young miss will find it difficult to accept. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. He was able to imagine. If Tian Wu found out about this matter, she would probably be overwhelmed with pain. My grandfather was angered to death by me and my parents. Whereas my mother committed suicide because of the death of my grandfather, most importantly, the other half of the bloodline in her body belonged to the Long clan. Whereas the Long clan was annihilated by the Feng clan. If Tian Wu were to find out the truth of all this, then how would she deal with it? Duan Ling Tian found it difficult to imagine. So up until now, the best solution was to never allow Tian Wu to find out about this secret. She's truly a little girl with a fate full of misfortune. Her background is so pitiful, and she even possesses the fire spirit body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt even more pity towards Feng Tianwu in his heart. Young Master Ling Tian, the young miss will be participating in the Dynasty Martial competition this time. At that time, the young miss will officially make an appearance before everyone. As Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she revealed a rare smile. Are the Feng clan higher-ups willing to allow Tian Wu to make an appearance before everyone? Duan Ling Tian asked. Now, it's already beyond their control. Grandma Su spoke slowly, and the space between her brows revealed strong confidence. It's beyond their control. Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he recovered from his shock and guessed the meaning contained within Grandma Su's words. Looks like City Governor Feng doesn't have to care about the feelings of that group of Feng clan higher-ups anymore. But, even if Tian Wu makes an appearance before everyone, her identity will probably be intentionally concealed. This was something Duan Lingtian could confirm. He believed it. As Tian Wu's father, for the sake of Tian Wu, City Governor Feng would absolutely not allow Tian Wu to know of her background. But there was one thing he could be sure of. That was, Tian Wu, the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, would be known by the world from today onwards and receive great honor and favor. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian was happy for Tian Wu as well. Tian Wu finally didn't have to conceal herself any longer. This little girl with a fate full of misfortune, I hope a method to deal with her fire spirit body can be found. Presently, my true age is almost approaching 30 years old. But up until now, there are still no signs of awakening an innate spirit body. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though he'd been taken to be the man that Feng Tianwu was destined to be. But up until now, he was utterly unable to help Feng Tianwu deal with the latent threat of the fire spirit body. Perhaps, that prophecy is wrong after all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Young Master Lingtian, why don't you stay here first and wait for the eldest master and the young miss to return? Grandma Su suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have a place to stay. Since City Governor Feng and Tian Wu will return before the dynasty martial competition, then I'll naturally have the chance to meet them at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left. Grandma Su sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the entrance of the Feng clan estate. This caused the group of guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock when Grandma Su left and Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Senior Su actually personally sent this young master out. Who exactly is he? As someone by the side of the eldest master, Senior Su has always lived in seclusion. Even if it's the group of young masters and young misses in the clan, Senior Su doesn't pay the slightest attention to them. Yet this young man is able to make her treat him like this. It's truly shocking. Many Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. On the other hand, the Feng clan guard that brought Duan Lingtian in earlier maintained a calm expression from the beginning until the end. He wasn't surprised by everything that happened earlier. Because he'd noticed since long ago that the old woman had a respectful attitude towards the violet-clothed young man. Even though I didn't see City Governor Feng and Tian Wu when I came to the Feng clan this time, but I found out about Tian Wu's origins, so I didn't come here in vain. After Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan, he intended to return to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. When he passed by a restaurant, there just happened to be two middle-aged men that walked past Duan Lingtian. The conversation between the two of them drew Duan Lingtian's attention. The Zhang clan is probably going to be in the limelight this time. That eldest young master of the Zhang clan that returned has already broken through to the 8th level of the Void initiation stage at such a young age. It's truly shocking. Supposedly, the Zhang clan's eldest young master has already touched the threshold of the 9th level of the Void initiation stage. He has a chance of breaking through to the 9th level of the Void initiation stage when the dynasty martial competition begins. Looks like the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Eldest young master Zhang. Surnamed Zhang. For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that big brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong, that he'd had some interactions with that day. Big brother Zhang seems to be a member of the Dark Han dynasty's Zhang clan. Could it be that the eldest young master Zhang they spoke of that has returned is big brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he strode out at the same time to stop the two people that were discussing animatedly. What are you doing? Chapter 637. I don't have any ill intent. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then said, I just want to ask the two of you. Is the Zhang clan eldest young master you speak of called Zhang Shouyong? Exactly. The two middle-aged men's expressions eased up slightly when they saw Duan Lingtian only asked about this, and they nodded. Do the two of you know how to get to the Zhang clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. You know the Zhang clan eldest young master. Meanwhile, the two middle-aged men reacted to Duan Lingtian's question, and their faces contained slight seriousness. No matter if it was the Zhang clan or the Zhang clan eldest young master. To them, they were existences that were far beyond their reach. Yes. He's my friend. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him for over 2 years. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. The gazes the two middle-aged men before him looked at him with were completely different. There was slight reverence in their gazes. The Zhang clan estate of the Zhang clan is go that way. In next to no time, the two middle-aged men hurriedly pointed the way to the Zhang clan to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. After he found out the location of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian thanked the two middle-aged men before leaving with large strides. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived outside a spacious estate. This Zhang clan estate is slightly smaller than the Feng clan estate. Looks like there's a certain distance between the Zhang clan and the Feng clan in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by a few Zhang clan guards. Who? What do you want? The Zhang clan guards looked vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. I'm looking for Big Brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guards and went straight to the point. You're a friend of the eldest young master. Instantly, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards eased up, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed to contain slight respect. The eldest young master was a legend to these Zhang clan members. At that time, before the eldest young master left home, he was the top genius of their Zhang clan. This time, because of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their eldest young master had returned to participate in the dynasty martial competition, and it had caused the confidence of their Zhang clan to increase greatly. As far as everyone in the Zhang clan was concerned, it wasn't difficult for their eldest young master to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with his strength. Now that they knew that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was their young master's friend, they naturally didn't dare to slight him. Why? Do you suspect that I'm an impostor? Your young master should be here, right? Bring me to him. If I'm an impostor, he'll be able to tell at a glance. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. No. No. We didn't mean that. That's right. We believe in you, young master. We believe in you. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Zhang family's guards panicked. What a joke. If the eldest young master found out that they suspected his friend, then wouldn't they lose a layer of skin in his rage? Young master, I'll bring you to see the eldest young master. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard stood out and spoke respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind this Zhang clan guard to enter the Zhang clan estate. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian moved all along the way through the Zhang clan estate before finally arriving outside a courtyard. Within the courtyard, there just happened to be a maidservant holding a broom walking out with large strides, and she'd obviously just cleaned up the courtyard. Is the eldest young master here? The Zhang clan guard asked the maidservant. The eldest young master has accompanied the eldest young madam to admire the flowers by the lake, said the maidservant. Subsequently, the Zhang clan guard brought Duan Lingtian to the other side. They passed through all the way and finally arrived nearby a spacious lake. This lake was obviously specially dug out by the Zhang clan, and it occupied a vast area, and there was a stone bridge that curved horizontally above it. The eldest young master is over there. The Zhang clan guard brought Duan Lingtian to the side of the lake, and he looked towards a pergola at the center of the lake as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd seen it since long ago. In the distant pergola, there was a man and woman standing there, and they were admiring the clusters of flowers at the side of the pergola. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to this man and woman. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong and his wife. Go ahead. I'll go over myself. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guard, and then he stepped onto the stone bridge and walked towards the pergola at the center of the lake. On the other hand, the Zhang clan guard didn't leave directly, and he stood on the spot as he silently watched Duan Lingtian walk towards the pergola. Now, he wanted to confirm if this violet-clothed young man knew the eldest young master of their Zhang clan. If he didn't, then it was equivalent to bringing in a ticking time bomb. If the eldest young master was enraged because of this, he would surely be unable to bear the consequences. Looks like I was thinking too much. In next to no time, the Zhang clan guard saw the eldest young master in the pergola greet the violet-clothed young man excitedly when he saw the violet-clothed young man. At this moment, the Zhang clan guard felt at ease and turned around to leave. At the side of the pergola, Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man that came over to greet him. Big brother Zhang. Ha! Brother Lingtian, you've finally come. Zhang Shouyong walked over in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was welcomed into the pergola by Zhang Shouyong. Sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Qiong who was in the pergola and greeted her with a light smile. Wang Qiong smiled as she replied, and then she said sensibly, both of you haven't seen each other for a long time, sit down and have a good chat. I'll go prepare fine wine and delicacies for both of you. As she spoke, Wang Qiong turned around and left. Big brother Zhang is truly fortunate to be able to encounter such a wonderful person like sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian praised as he looked at Wang Qiong's figure that vanished into the distance. In terms of fortune, how could I compare to brother Lingtian? Someone as outstanding as little sister Li Fei is only one of your two close female friends. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. What? Big brother Zhang, you want to find another one as well? Duan Lingtian teased. Go away. Kid, don't get me into trouble. Zhang Shouyong glared at Duan Lingtian, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pergola. Brother Lingtian, you've probably been here for a long time, right? Why have you only come to look for me now? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Even though I came to the Dark Han dynasty's capital a long time ago, I left for a period of time. I've only returned recently. Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding, and then he said with a smile, I heard that amongst the young geniuses that came from the Darkstone Empire this time, there are some with good strengths. There's a person called Mo Xian that obtained the honor of being the #1 young expert in the Darkstone Empire during the Young Genius competition half a year ago? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Half a year ago, during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian was the last to appear, and he used a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage to suppress the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even Duan Lingtian at that time didn't dare rashly go head-to-head with him. Of course, it was only at that time. Presently, Duan Lingtian felt that he wasn't afraid of Mo Xian. Unless Mo Xian had a fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise, it was impossible for Mo Xian to compare to him now. Presently, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage, and his spiritual force had even attained the level of the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. So long as a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, it would be impossible for the martial artist to escape the interference of the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Moreover, relying on the wind concept fragment, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's cultivation rose swiftly, his comprehension of wind concept wasn't slow in the slightest. Presently, Duan Lingtian's elementary wind concept had already been comprehended to the 5th level. 5th level void initiation stage cultivation, 5th level wind concept. Coupled with his spiritual force at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. It was sufficient to allow Duan Lingtian to reign supreme amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. If it was said that amongst the other 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, the person he was most afraid of was undoubtedly his good friend, Su Li. Su Li had a mysterious and unfathomable master. Presently, Su Li's cultivation was probably not the 4th level of the void initiation stage that he saw the last time. After Su Li, the person that Duan Lingtian was more afraid of was Long Yun. Long Yun has a master as well, and his master isn't much inferior to Su Li's master. Perhaps, Long Yun's strength has already caught up to Mo Xian now. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, unless Mo Xian had fortuitous encounters like him, Su Li, and Long Yun. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mo Xian to surpass the 3 of them in his entire lifetime. Are you confident in defeating him now? Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that contained deep meaning. I don't dare say I'm confident. I'll only know after I try. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Big Brother Zhang, I heard that your cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. When the Dynasty Martial competition arrives half a year from now, you even have a chance to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Zhang Shouyong smiled lightly. Not necessarily. Presently, I've only touched the threshold of the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and there's still quite a distance for me to break through. Big Brother Zhang, you're being modest. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he asked curiously. Big Brother Zhang, I wonder if your Earth concept, right at this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Duan Lingtian. Big Brother, I heard you have a friend. A calm voice sounded out from afar. The voice sounded to be calm, yet Duan Lingtian was able to sense a trace of jealousy and hatred that wasn't obvious. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. A robust young man around the age of 30 that wore blue clothes with a medium build walked over with large strides, and he walked into the pergola at the center of the lake in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhang Shouyong stood up and glanced indifferently at this person before introducing to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the robust young man, Zhang Shouyuan. No matter what, this person was Zhang Shouyong's second brother, and he couldn't be rude. But in next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. Chapter 638. Even a person made of clay had a temper. Zhang Shouyuan's attitude caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but frown. This is Big Brother Zhang's second brother. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother of the same father. He refused to accept me since a young age and made it difficult for me at all times. This time, I suddenly returned and seized his limelight, causing him to be even more displeased. But, his strength is inferior to me, yet he doesn't dare offend me directly. He's actually intentionally making it difficult for me by treating you like this now, you don't have to take it to heart. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Zhang Shouyuan's voice transmission. So they're brothers of the same father. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He was wondering why Zhang Shouyuan would have such a brother with his straightforward character. So it turned out that they grew up drinking milk from different mothers. No wonder. Big brother Zhang, don't worry, I'm not to the extent of making a fuss about it with him. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop Zhang Shou Yuan. He detected Zhang Shou Yuan's cultivation at the first possible moment. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Needless to say, even though Zhang Shou Yuan was slightly arrogant, his strength and natural talent weren't bad. His age wasn't much older than the young genius of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian, that had come to the capital with him, yet his cultivation seemed to have surpassed Mo Xian. Big brother, sit. And this. What's your name again? After Zhang Shou Yuan gestured for Zhang Shou Yuan to sit, he looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he picked his ear. I'm sorry, my memory is bad and I forgot your name. You ought to not mind introducing yourself again, right? Zhang Shou Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and narrowed his eyes as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhang Shou Yuan as he spoke word by word. Duan Lingtian. This name isn't bad, it's arrogant enough. I just don't know if you're qualified to have such a crazy name. Zhang Shou Yuan stared at Duan Lingtian with flowing light flickering in his eyes, and there was no lack of provocation. It's just a name. What qualifications do I need? Duan Lingtian shook his head and sat down again. He looked at Zhang Shou Yong and said, Brother Zhang, we parted in a hurry last time, so I didn't have the chance to catch up with you. Today, after sister-in-law has prepared some good wine and delicacies, I will definitely drink with you until we're drunk. Good. Today, Brother Lingtian and I will drink until we're drunk. Zhang Shou Yong withdrew his gaze from Zhang Shou Yuan and looked towards Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. On the other hand, the expression of Zhang Shou Yuan who stood at the side darkened completely. What an arrogant brat! Zhang Shou Yuan stared at Duan Lingtian with a fierce glint in his eyes. In his opinion, a kid who looked to be around 25 years old actually dared to give him a hard time. He was simply courting death. Did they really think that he, Zhang Shou Yuan, was a sick cat? Big brother. Zhang Shou Yuan looked at Zhang Shou Yong and lightly smiled as he asked. Earlier, even though I was far away, I still heard you and this friend of yours discussing the dynasty martial competition. He seems to have become eminent in the Darkstone Empire and is a young genius that has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty. So what if he is? Zhang Shou Yong frowned and spoke with slight impatience. He was extremely clear about the ability of this second brother of his who shared the same father but a different mother. Now, he faintly realized that this second brother of his intended to do something. Moreover, it was targeted towards Duan Lingtian. He thought in his heart and was prepared. So long as this second brother of his dared act rashly, he would stop it at the first possible moment. In this way, even though this friend of yours is young, his strength is extremely high. It's even to the extent that his natural talent might be even stronger than you. Zhang Shou Yuan continued. Brother Ling Tian's natural talent is naturally stronger than mine. Zhang Shou Yong said. I truly never imagined that I, Zhang Shou Yuan, would have the fortune to meet someone that even Big Brother feels inferior to. This is Brother Ling Tian, right? Zhang Shou Yuan's face revealed a brilliant smile, and in the end, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, my big brother admits that his natural talent is inferior to yours. I presume that even though you're young, your cultivation is surely extremely extraordinary. You're too kind. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. The depths of Zhang Shou Yuan's gaze flickered with a flowing light of his scheme succeeding, and he went straight to the point. Brother Lingtian, why don't we have a spar before my sister-in-law has finished preparing the fine wine and delicacies? I really want to experience your strength. At this moment, Zhang Shou Yuan had completely exposed his objective. Earlier, his flattery of Duan Lingtian was actually only setting the stage. What he was waiting for was precisely this moment. It would make it difficult for Duan Lingtian to refuse his challenge of a spar. Humph. A 6th level void initiation stage martial artist like you bullying a young man over the age of 20. Don't you think it's shameful? Finally, Zhang Shouyong couldn't watch on any longer. Big brother, what you said is wrong. I only admire brother Ling Tian's natural talent and strength, and I only want to have a spar with him. Zhang Shouyuan shook his head and stared at Duan Lingtian as he said slowly, Brother Lingtian, are you willing to give me face and have a spar with me? A spar between us can stop when it's appropriate, and be sure not to harm our relationship. Of course, if Brother Lingtian doesn't dare, then forget it. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyuan's voice became slightly strange, and it was slightly sarcastic. Brother Lingtian, ignore him. Zhang Shouyang's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. He only wants to use you to strike a blow at me. If you agree, then you'll fall into his trap. But Zhang Shouyang's persuasion was obviously useless. You're big brother Zhang's second brother. Since you've spoken, I naturally won't refuse. I promise you that we'll have a spar. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyuan and spoke word by word. Ha! Good. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Zhang Shouyuan laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with the sheen of a scheme that had succeeded. Heavens! What have I seen? The attack of his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, was about to cover the heavens and the earth as it descended onto Duan Lingtian and was about to blast Duan Lingtian flying. Right at the critical moment, Zhang Shouyuan took the initiative to move aside. Accurately speaking, Zhang Shouyuan turned to attack the air at the side, and he barely avoided Duan Lingtian who stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. What's going on? The strange scene before him caused Zhang Shouyong to be dumbstruck. What's second young master doing? Meanwhile, in the surroundings of the pergola, many Zhang clan servants stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the scene before them. The scene before them was difficult to imagine, and they only felt it was unbelievable. In next to no time, everyone saw it again. Duan Lingtian, your strength isn't bad indeed. But I won't play with you any longer. Chapter 639. At this moment, a grade 5 spirit saber had appeared out of thin air in Zhang Shouyuan's hand, and the spirit saber whistled out as it slashed towards the lake. Instantly, the saber light condensed from origin energy combined with 5th level water concept whistled out to descend into the lake and forcefully split the water in the lake into two. Bang! Waves of water splashed out and drenched the clothes of Zhang Shouyuan who stood in midair. Second young master wouldn't have gone mad, right? Some of the spectating Zhang clan servants felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene, and chills ran down their spines. When had they seen a similar scene? In next to no time, Zhang Shouyuan struck out with his saber once more, and the saber light whistled out once more to descend into the lake. Instantly, waves of water arose once more in the lake and splashed out towards the surroundings. For a time, the group of servants in the surroundings of the pergola in the lake were drenched by the waves of water. But no one paid attention to this. The gazes of everyone were still on the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. What's going on? In the pergola in the lake, Zhang Shouyong looked at the scene before him and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. When he saw his second brother attacking the air and attacking the lake as if he'd gone mad, he was completely dumbstruck as well. In the end, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but look at the nearby Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, he noticed. Presently, Duan Lingtian looked at his second brother with a calm expression, and he seemed to not be surprised by everything that had occurred before his eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble. All of this. Could it be that brother Lingtian controlled it all? For a time, traces of fear arose in Zhang Shouyang's heart. There was no need to make a move, yet he was able to play with a dignified 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist in the palm of his hand. What ability is this? For the first time, he felt Duan Lingtian was so unfamiliar. He still remembered that when he met Duan Lingtian for the first time a few years ago, it was at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an extremely ordinary martial artist in his eyes. At that time, even if he were to face 100 or 1,000 Duan Lingtian, he would not feel any pressure. But now, for the first time in his life, he felt powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. That young man from the past had now grown to such an extent that he was completely unable to fathom him. If Brother Lingtian's methods can affect me, then I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Zhang Shouyang couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Moreover, the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper along with the actions of his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, and it was difficult to eliminate. Duan Lingtian, do you dare not dodge? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyuan shouted explosively. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyuan, who floated in the sky above the lake, lowered his head to look at the empty lake, and his eyes were suffused with a cold light. Let me see if you can continue fleeing. Whoosh! In the next moment, origin energy coiled around Zhang Shouyuan's body, and it was suffused with strands of dark blue-colored energy. His entire body seemed as if it was coiled by a layer of light mist, and he seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that charged into the lake with a bang. Zhang Shouyuan, who didn't put up an origin energy light barrier to resist the lake water, instantly became a drenched rat. OM. 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 Zhang Shouyuan didn't stop the movements of his hands while he was in the lake, and his spirit saber still swept out aimlessly in all directions. Instantly, the water in the entire lake splashed up and enveloped the entire lake and shore, and it seemed as if it was raining. Only the pergola at the center wasn't affected. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Shouyuan roared ceaselessly, and every time the spirit saber in his hand flashed out, he would shout out in shock, as if he was using this to boost his courage. The surrounding Zhang clan servants and maidservants grew in number. What's the second young master doing? The second young master wouldn't have really gone mad, right? It shouldn't be. In my opinion, he ought to be performing artificial rain for the eldest young master and the eldest young master's friends. With the relationship between the second young master and eldest young master, do you think there's such a possibility? The group of servants and maidservants discussed animatedly. The surrounding people grew in number, and in the end, many Zhang clan disciples came over after hearing the news. When they saw the scene before their eyes, they were completely dumbstruck. Second young master. Second young master. Many people charged into the lake with the intention of waking Zhang Shouyuan up. But unfortunately, they hadn't even approached when they were struck by Zhang Shouyuan's saber, and they could only retreat in panic, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. What's wrong with the second young master? Why doesn't he even recognize us? When he sees us, he's like a hunter that has seen his prey, and he wishes for nothing more than to swallow us up. Could it be that it's really as they said, the second young master has gone mad? The group of Zhang clan disciples looked at each other. In the end, the surroundings of the lake was practically filled with people. Everyone was watching Zhang Shouyuan's performance. Yuan. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, she'd arrived nearby Zhang Shouyuan, who was in the lake. Her expression was especially unsightly. OM. But when facing the middle-aged woman, Zhang Shouyuan still ceaselessly struck out with his saber, and saber lights whistled out to sweep towards the middle-aged woman. Whoosh! With a raise of her hand, a spirit sword appeared in the middle-aged woman's hand, and her origin energy raged as sword concept followed like a shadow to obliterate Zhang Shouyuan's saber lights. The middle-aged woman's cultivation surpassed Zhang Shouyuan, and she'd already stepped into the 7th level of the void initiation stage. It wasn't just that, she'd even comprehended 6th level sword concept. Coupled with a grade 5 spirit sword, she suppressed Zhang Shouyuan. Second young master has really gone mad. She's his mother. Many Zhang clan members in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. The middle-aged woman that appeared now was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch, Zhang Shouyuan's mother. Of course, this was the second wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. The first wife was the mother of their Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and she'd passed away from illness many years ago. Yuan, look clearly, I'm your mother. Every single time the middle-aged woman attacked, sword lights would arrive like a shadow and disperse Zhang Shouyuan's attacks. She ceaselessly wanted to rouse Zhang Shouyuan, yet Zhang Shouyuan utterly paid no attention to her. At this moment, Zhang Shouyuan seemed as if he'd gone mad. What exactly is going on? The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and she had no choice but to swing the spirit sword in her hand, causing dazzling sword lights to skyrocket to sweep towards her son, Zhang Shouyuan, and suppress him. Subsequently, she approached Zhang Shouyuan before withdrawing her sword and raising her hand to directly knock Zhang Shouyuan unconscious. The curtains to the farce had been drawn. On the other hand, the lake that waves ceaselessly surged gradually recovered its calm. Second mother. In the pergola at the center of the lake, Zhang Shouyong glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman and nodded, and it could be considered as greeting her. What's going on? The middle-aged woman stared at Zhang Shouyong, and a trace of coldness seemed to jump about in the depths of her eyes as she asked with a low voice. Second mother is asking me, how would I know? Zhang Shouyong lightly shook his head as he spoke indifferently. You. The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme when she saw Zhang Shouyong speaking so half-heartedly, and she was angered to the point her body started trembling. The Duan Lingtian that my son has always been shouting about ought to be this person by your side, right? In the end, the middle-aged woman's gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man by Zhang Shouyong's side as she asked with a low voice. Exactly. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he lightly smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, let me introduce you. This is the wife of our Zhang clan's patriarch, and she's also my second mother. Zhang Shouyong emphasized the two words second mother. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the relationship between Zhang Shouyong and this second mother of his didn't seem to be very good. Of course, he didn't feel that Zhang Shouyong was unfilial. Since this middle-aged woman appeared, knocked out Zhang Shouyuan, and then spoke to Zhang Shouyong, she'd always been arrogant and had a superior appearance. Even though he was only a spectator, he felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. Perhaps, in the eyes of this woman, only a son that was related to her by blood was her son, and only then would she dote on him in every possible way. A son of her husband's ex-wife like Zhang Shouyong was like a stranger in her eyes. So it's Madam, Duan Lingtian greets you. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman as he spoke slowly. His tone didn't contain the slightest fluctuation of emotion, and it was as if he was speaking to an unimportant person. Duan Lingtian, right? The middle-aged woman stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as she asked with a low voice. What exactly happened earlier? Why would my son be like that? All of this was caused by you. The middle-aged woman's words were filled with a questioning tone. If one didn't know better, one would think that she was interrogating a criminal. Duan Lingtian frowned. The middle-aged woman's arrogant manner made him very unhappy. However, when he heard the middle-aged woman's words, Duan Lingtian still smiled. Madam, you think too highly of me. Do you think that I have the ability to do that? The middle-aged woman took a deep breath, and the doubt in her eyes deepened. She still couldn't figure out what had happened earlier. How did her son suddenly become like that? Earlier, her son had been playing in the lake like a madman. Chapter 640. On the other hand, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators became slightly strange. They'd never imagined that such a thing had occurred earlier. But when they recalled the scene from before, they realized that the development of the matter didn't seem to be so smooth. Something seemed to have occurred on the side of the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. Second young master warmly invited me to spar with him and said not to overdo it. I naturally couldn't refuse. Duan Lingtian continued. But who would have imagined that right when the second young master made a move against me, he suddenly seemed as if he was possessed by something, and he abandoned me and charged towards the lake instead. He kept shouting my name loudly and kept attacking the lake, as if he'd gone mad. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman. Madam, could it be that the second young master has really gone mad? You. The woman was angered to the point her expression was unsightly to the extreme. She kept having the feeling that the course of the matter was absolutely not so simple. No one knew her son better than her. She was sure that her son hadn't gone mad. Everything that had occurred earlier was absolutely related to the violet-clothed young man before her. But now, even if she spoke of her thoughts, would anyone believe her? Not to mention others, even she found it difficult to explain why the violet-clothed young man was able to make her son suddenly seem as if he'd gone mad and charge into the lake by himself before attacking the air and the lake water like a madman. You've really made a good friend. In the end, the woman glared at Duan Lingtian, and then she glanced deeply at Zhang Shouyong before taking the unconscious Zhang Shouyuan and leaving while gnashing her teeth slightly. For a time, a wave of booing arose from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The second young master surely has ill intentions when looking for this guest of the eldest young master to spar, and it's even to the extent that he wants to use him to strike a blow at the eldest young master. This isn't difficult to guess. But perhaps the second young master never imagined that the outcome would be like this. Yeah, if he knew beforehand, he would surely not act in that way. The second young master has really lost face this time. Didn't you see the madam's expression turn dark earlier? The surrounding crowd of spectators guessed what had happened. It wasn't a secret in the Zhang clan that the second young master and eldest young master were on bad terms. Disperse. A brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he saw that the woman had suffered a setback. Soon after, he looked towards the group of people around the lake and instructed. Immediately, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. For a moment, the entire lake and the pavilion in the middle of the lake regained their tranquility. Brother Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for so many years, you've actually grasped such a terrifying ability. You utterly don't have to make a move against a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist before being able to toy with him in the palm of your hand. Zhang Shouyong asked Duan Lingtian to sit down and sighed. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. I've never seen or heard of such a method of yours before. Looks like it isn't difficult for you to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time with your strength. In the end, Zhang Shouyong was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I also hope to advance and see the young experts of the other 9 dynasties. Duan Lingtian smiled. Presently, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. Relying on origin stones, if nothing unexpected happened, he ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition half a year from now arrived. At that time, his spiritual force would advance to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Perhaps, relying on my 8th level void initiation stage spiritual force to execute the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, would be sufficient to become eminent in the Darkhan Dynasty's dynasty martial competition. But during the dynasty martial competition, there would surely be no lack of experts from the various empires and dynasties amongst the spectators. There would surely be many inscription masters amongst these people. Their spiritual forces would surely be on the group of young geniuses that were competing for the dynasty martial competition at all times. In the past, Even though there were inscription masters present in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and the Genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there weren't many. Moreover, the level of their spiritual forces was limited, and it was difficult for them to see through the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, that I combined my spiritual force with my soul brand. But in the Dark Han dynasty, there would surely be inscription masters capable of seeing through the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, that I executed. Once my soul skill, Thousand Illusions, is exposed, I'm afraid I'll bring disaster upon myself. Those inscription masters would surely be interested in the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, that I possess. So during the Dynasty Martial competition, besides being unable to rashly utilize high-grade spirit weapons, I can't even utilize the soul skill, Thousand Illusions. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that walked out from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, and he understood the principle that the hearts of men were sinister. In this lifetime, he'd even fused with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, causing his thoughts to be even more meticulous. He didn't allow himself to be placed in an unknown danger. So, he made a decision. No matter if it was the Dynasty Martial competition or the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, if he didn't have absolute confidence in not being noticed by others, he wouldn't rashly utilize the soul skill, Thousand Illusions. I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage during the Dynasty Martial competition. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to become eminent. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Now, I only hope that Pavilion Master Xiang will be able to help me obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists before the Dynasty Martial competition, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the ageless root, Duan Lingtian didn't dare think about it. Of course, if he was really able to obtain the ageless root, Duan Lingtian would surely be overjoyed. Obtaining the ageless root meant that he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. With his current cultivation, he was perhaps unable to digest even 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, but even if it was less than 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it would surely be sufficient to allow him to advance a few levels. I'm currently at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, I don't dare say I'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time, but the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage would surely not have any suspense. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The Emperor Wu of Samsara had once consumed a rebirth pill, and he was extremely clear about how terrifying the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was. But unfortunately, obtaining the ageless root isn't a simple matter. Now, I don't dare think about obtaining the ageless root before the Dynasty Martial competition. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I only hope that I'm able to obtain the ageless root before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins and refine the rebirth pill from there. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In next to no time, Wang Qiong brought along a few servant girls that carried fine wine and delicacies into the pergola at the center of the lake. Sister-in-law, sit down as well. Duan Lingtian smiled as he called out to Wang Qiong when he saw the servant girls put down the fine wine and delicacies. Wang Qiong replied and sat by Zhang Shouyong's side, and there was slight worry mixed between her brows as she looked at Zhang Shouyong. I heard the madam came over earlier. Wang Qiong had obviously heard of what happened earlier. Wang Qiong was obviously slightly afraid of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded. There's no need to care about her. Even if she suspects that brother Ling Tian did it, she doesn't have any proof, and no one will believe her. Wang Qiong heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, long time no see. Let me toast both of you. Duan Lingtian raised his wine cup as he looked at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, and he smiled lightly. Ha! All right. Zhang Shouyong laughed heartily as he hurriedly raised his wine cup to return the toast. For a time, the atmosphere in the pergola at the center of the lake rose, and Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong chatted happily. Little sister Fei still hasn't returned? After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said with a smile, this time, I intend to use the opportunity of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to head to the foreign lands. At that time, I'll go look for little Fei. Wang Qiong nodded. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly filled with confidence towards himself, and he was confident that he would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and join the powers of the foreign lands. At that time, you and I can go together. Zhang Shouyong laughed loudly. After the 3 of them finished the fine wine and delicacies, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyong's waist, and his brows raised. Big brother Zhang, this wine gourd is your current weapon? You intend to use the dynasty martial competition and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties against your enemies? Zhang Shouyong said with a smile, Brother Lingtian, I seem to have introduced it to you that day, right? Don't look down on it. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, Big Brother Zhang even said that this wine gourd of yours is able to hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. But, all the young geniuses in the dynasty martial competition surely possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if it's a grade 4 spirit weapon, I'm afraid many young geniuses possess one. I know. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he sighed. Our Zhang clan gave me a grade 4 spirit weapon not long ago. But, I'm used to using this wine gourd, and I'm really not used to using other grade 4 spirit weapons. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong stretched out his hand to stroke the wine gourd on his waist, as if he was stroking his second lover. The status of this wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's heart could be seen from this. Big brother Zhang, have you thought of asking a grade 4 weapons craftsman to help you improve this wine gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. I've naturally thought of this, and I even mentioned it to my father. But unfortunately, that grade 4 weapons craftsman that's familiar with our Zhang clan is only skilled in refining grade 4 spirit weapons like blades and swords, and he doesn't have the confidence to refine a different grade 4 spirit weapon like the wine gourd. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight regret. Big brother Zhang, go look for some materials, and then give me the materials and this wine gourd. I'll give you a brand new wine gourd in a few days, how about it? Duan Lingtian spoke to Zhang Shouyong with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with slight surprise, Brother Lingtian, you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Chapter 641. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian execute an ability that was difficult to see through, Zhang Shouyong was already extremely shocked. Now, based on Duan Lingtian's words, he seemed to know a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and it caused him to be even more shocked. He suddenly felt. The little fellow that he had to take care of all those years ago had already truly grown up. Perhaps it won't be long before he'll be able to surpass me. Wait. Perhaps he's already surpassed me now. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. In terms of age. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was almost 10 years older. But his natural talent and ability was something he felt ashamed of being inferior to. Not to mention anything else, just the ability Duan Lingtian used to deal with his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, from the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to clearly see what was going on. If it wasn't for him seeing Duan Lingtian's composure at that time and realizing that it was Duan Lingtian's ability, he would have been completely clueless. Otherwise, he would really be the same as the crowd of spectators at that time and think that Zhang Shouyuan himself had gone mad. Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He wasn't a grade 4 weapons craftsman now. Presently, his cultivation had broken through to the void initiation stage and was already capable of condensing a grade 3 weapon flame. So long as he had sufficient materials, he was completely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon. But he didn't expose it for now. Sort of. Zhang Shouyong was slightly unable to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. But he saw the strong confidence contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes at this moment, as if confident that he would surely be able to return him a brand new grade 4 spirit weapon, the wine gourd. For a time, his breathing became hurried. Brother Lingtian, what materials do you need? I'll go look for them right away. Zhang Shouyong was slightly impatient. Even in his dreams, he wanted to upgrade the wine gourd he carried with him to a grade 4 spirit weapon. Now that he saw hope, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian waved his brush and wrote a dense number of words on a piece of white paper in a flamboyant style. If there was a high-grade weapon refiner here, he would definitely be shocked to see the materials written by Duan Lingtian. This was because the materials Duan Lingtian had written down were all materials required to craft a grade 3 spirit weapon. Some of the materials were even the main materials required to refine grade 3 spirit weapons. However, Zhang Shouyong was unaware of all this. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. Although his martial Dao talent was high, he knew nothing about the Dao of weapon refinement. That's all. Soon, Duan Lingtian put away his brush. He wrote down a pile of materials. Apart from some materials needed to help Zhang Shouyong upgrade the grade of the spirit artifact gourd, there were also some materials needed to upgrade the grade 4 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in his possession. He believed that with the Zhang clan's ability, they would be able to gather these materials very quickly. I'll go collect them now. Zhang Shouyong received the paper in Duan Lingtian's hand and hurriedly stood up, and he was slightly impatient. But before he left, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, why don't you stay in our Zhang clan estate for a period of time? After I've finished collecting these materials, you can leave with my spirit artifact gourd and go look for that weapons refinement grandmaster? Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't much of a difference between staying in the Zhang clan estate and returning to the Darkstone Empire's estate in the capital. Moreover, he was only familiar with Su Li over there. On the other hand, Su Li had been elusive recently, and he rarely had any interactions with Su Li. Instead, he had Zhang Shouyong to drink and chat with in this Zhang clan estate, and it was rather pleasant. Qiong, return to the courtyard and prepare a guest room for Brother Lingtian. I'll go collect these materials for weapon refinement. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong spoke to Wang Qiong before leaving hastily. The matter was related to the grade of his wine gourd, so he didn't dare dally. Brother Lingtian, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Wang Qiong spoke with slight embarrassment when she saw her husband leave hastily. It's fine. I can understand Big Brother Zhang's feelings. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was led by Wang Qiong to return to the courtyard she and Zhang Shouyong resided in. The courtyard was extremely spacious, and there were many unused rooms. Wang Qiong got 2 servant girls to clean up a room for Duan Lingtian before allowing Duan Lingtian to stay. See if there's anything you need, feel free to ask. After Duan Lingtian stayed, Wang Qiong spoke with a light smile. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. I'll be troubling sister-in-law. It's no trouble. Wang Qiong shook her head, and then she left the room. Brother Lingtian, rest well, I'll be leaving first. After Wang Qiong left, she closed the door behind her. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed instead, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten the time. After the mid-grade origin stone was consumed, Duan Lingtian withdrew another mid-grade origin stone and continued cultivating. Coupled with the assistance of the wind concept fragment, his cultivation and wind concept were improving at an extremely swift speed. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian would occasionally feel hungry, and he'd leave his room to eat. On the other hand, Wang Qiong would get someone to specially prepare delicacies for him every single time. When one cultivated to Duan Lingtian's current level, one was already capable of abstaining from eating to a certain extent, and one was able to only eat after a long period of time, and it wouldn't affect one's body in the slightest. Duan Lingtian forgot the time while cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation. Another mid-grade origin stone is gone. As he looked at the stone in his hand that had lost the spirit energy of the heaven and earth and seemed to be dim and lusterless, Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he casually tossed the stone aside. Then, another mid-grade primordial stone appeared in his hand. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to continue cultivating. "Brother Lingtian." Duan Lingtian heard a wave of voices from outside the door. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian, it was precisely Zhang Shouyang's voice. "Big brother Zhang has returned." Duan Lingtian left his bed and opened the door. Outside the door, Zhang Shouyang was shockingly standing there. "Big brother Zhang." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyang. "Brother Lingtian, I've found all the materials you wanted. Here." With a raise of his hand, Zhang Shouyang passed a spatial ring that had already removed its ownership to Duan Lingtian. "So fast?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "It's already been a month, how is this fast?" Zhang Shouyang didn't take it seriously when he heard Duan Lingtian. After all, during this past month, besides utilizing the connections of the Zhang clan to search for that pile of materials, he himself had personally gone all over to search for these materials. This also caused him to not return many times in this past month. But, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. "It's been a month." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, he never imagined that so many days had passed. He, who'd always been immersed in cultivation, thought that only 10+ days had passed since he came to look for Zhang Shouyang that day. After receiving the spatial ring from Zhang Shouyang, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyang's waist. "Big brother Zhang, give me your spirit weapon gourd." "All right." Zhang Shouyang hurriedly nodded, then took off the wine gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian." Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyang hesitated for a moment before saying, "During the process of searching for those materials, I heard a grade 5 weapons craftsman say. Amongst those materials, a portion of them are of extremely high grade, and it's even useless to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon." "What? Big brother Zhang is worried that I'll cheat you of your materials?" Duan Lingtian started laughing. "Of course not." Zhang Shouyang hurriedly shook his head. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm just curious. That person is only a grade 5 weapons craftsman after all, and in terms of knowledge, he's naturally unable to compare to that grade 4 weapons craftsman that brother Lingtian knows." As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyang's tone contained slight flattery. After all, his spirit weapon gourd still required the help of that grade 4 weapons craftsman to improve its grade. "Ha! Big brother Zhang, actually, that grade 5 weapons craftsman isn't wrong." Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. Zhang Shouyang was stunned. "But, big brother Zhang, you're mistaken about one thing. I didn't ask for these materials from you to ask someone to help you improve your spirit weapon gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon." After the smile on Duan Lingtian's face vanished, he slowly spoke. "Not to improve it to a grade 4 spirit weapon?" Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhang Shouyang to be unable to react for a moment. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't reply to Zhang Shouyang, and instead lightly smiled as he looked at the latter. waiting for him to react. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong finally reacted. Brother Ling Tian. You. The weapons craftsman you're looking for wouldn't be a grade 3 weapons craftsman, right? Zhang Shouyong's breathing became hurried, and he panted heavily as he spoke. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The weapons craftsman I'm looking for is indeed a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Big brother Zhang, when you see this spirit weapon gourd of yours again, it will undergo a tremendous change. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he shook the wine gourd in his hand. An earth-shattering change. Zhang Shouyong's chest rose and fell with excitement, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. He knew the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. I'm going to have a grade 3 spirit weapon. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong even felt as if he was dreaming. But he quickly realized that all this wasn't a dream, and it was real. Big brother Zhang, I'll be leaving first. I'll come look for you again a month from now. At that time, I'll bring your spirit weapon gourd back to you as well. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian put away Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd, then bid farewell to Zhang Shouyong before leaving the room with large strides. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong, who recovered from his shock, personally sent Duan Lingtian out of his own courtyard and out of the Zhang clan estate. Big brother Zhang, just wait properly. At the entrance of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Zhang Shouyong, whose eyes were still mixed with excitement, then he turned around and left. Chapter 642. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhang clan estate, he naturally didn't go look for a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Not to mention he didn't know any grade 3 weapons craftsman. Even if he did, he wouldn't go look for one. After all, he himself was a grade 3 weapons craftsman. With the grade 3 weapon flame he currently possessed, he was entirely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon himself. Relying on the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu in weapon refinement, he was capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that was even more outstanding than a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary weapons craftsman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found an inn in the capital to stay at. The first thing he did after staying at the inn was to take out the spatial ring Zhang Shouyong gave him earlier and withdraw a large pile of materials from within. These materials were precisely the pile of materials he'd asked Zhang Shouyong to prepare. I'll increase the grade of the cauldron first. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to help Zhang Shouyong increase the grade of the spirit weapon bottle gourd, and instead took out his grade 4 spirit weapon cauldron and combined it with a small portion of the materials to increase its grade. Hiss! A strand of violet-colored flames burned on Duan Lingtian's palm. Moreover, a layer of copper edges could be seen jumping around this violet-colored flame, violet copper weapon flame. A flame like this was precisely the grade 3 weapon flame. After a short moment, the cauldron and the pile of materials transformed into puddles of liquid under the sweep of the weapon flame, and they separated into the surroundings and floated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands started moving, and the speed became faster and faster. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's hands were swift to the extreme, and some afterimages could be vaguely seen. If a high-grade weapons craftsman was here, he would surely be greatly shocked when he saw the scene before his eyes. Only because Duan Lingtian was executing an extremely complicated weapon refinement technique now. This complicated weapon refinement technique was profound and unfathomable, and ordinary people were unable to see through it. One could imagine that a grade 3 spirit weapon refined with such a weapon refinement technique would surely be extremely outstanding. An hour passed. The puddles of liquid started to merge into one. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. After a full 7 hours, Duan Lingtian finally stopped. At the same time, a medicinal cauldron flickering with a faint bronze luster slowly descended from the air. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and easily caught the medicinal cauldron. Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Cauldron. Looking at the cauldron in his hand, Duan Lingtian smiled. With this cauldron, it meant that as long as he had sufficient materials, he would be able to refine Grade 3 pills. After putting away the medicinal cauldron, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to continue refining Zhang Shouyong's gourd. Instead, he went to the window of the inn and opened it. At this time, Duan Lingtian realized that the sky was already filled with red clouds. It was obviously evening. I didn't expect it to take so long. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After washing up, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed and slept. Refining a Grade 3 spirit artifact required concentration and couldn't slack off in the slightest, so, the current Duan Lingtian was slightly exhausted. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He slept until he woke up naturally. After waking up, Duan Lingtian noticed that it was already the afternoon of the next day. Subsequently, he directly got off the bed and stretched his arms and legs, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time. After leaving the inn and going to a nearby restaurant to have a meal, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and started refining the second Grade 3 spirit artifact. Before refining the second Grade 3 spirit artifact, he withdrew Zhang Shouyong's gourd spirit artifact. The gourd spirit artifact was a Grade 5 spirit artifact. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do now was to upgrade it to a Grade 3 spirit artifact. This type of spirit artifact is more troublesome than ordinary spirit artifacts like swords and sabers. Even the materials required are varied. Looking at the gourd spirit artifact in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this type of gourd spirit artifact was truly flashy without substance. The materials required to refine this type of spirit artifact was sufficient for him to refine a few spirit swords and spirit sabers of the same grade. Hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet copper flame once again lit up on Duan Lingtian's palm. In next to no time, the gourd spirit artifact transformed into a pool of liquid in his hand. As for the other materials required, they transformed into pools of liquid within his weapon flame as well. Duan Lingtian's hand ceaselessly moved, and an extremely profound weapon refinement technique appeared once more. Presently, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into the thousand-hand Buddha, and the speed of his weapon refinement technique was so swift that it was sufficient to cause anyone to be shocked. Time silently flowed by. Besides being able to hold a large amount of wine, the gourd spirit artifact was also a formidable offensive spirit artifact at the same time. So, once it was refined, it was much more troublesome than the cauldron. Duan Lingtian had spent 7 hours to refine the Grade 3 spirit artifact cauldron. Whereas this Grade 3 spirit artifact gourd had instead spent an entire 15 hours of Duan Lingtian's time. When Duan Lingtian stopped and stood there after successfully refining the Grade 3 spirit artifact gourd, it was already early in the morning of the next day. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of sleepiness assault his body. Unknowingly, he fell onto the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up once more, Duan Lingtian got busy once more, and he used the remaining materials to upgrade the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand to the level of a Grade 3 spirit artifact. Even though I have a quasi-royal grade spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of an entire 100% and a Grade 1 spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of almost 90%. But those two spirit artifacts are unable to be used in the Dynasty Martial Competition and Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Duan Lingtian believed that if the quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and Grade 1 spirit artifact in his possession were to be exposed, he would surely suffer the pursuit of the numerous experts of the Darkhan dynasty and even the various dynasties. The quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and grade 1 spirit artifact were too precious, and to a certain extent, it was sufficient to bring calamity to him. So, he urgently needed a spirit artifact that he could use. Whereas a grade 3 spirit artifact was undoubtedly the best choice. Even though a grade 3 spirit artifact was sufficient to draw the covetous gazes of others, yet it wasn't to the extent of causing those people to be unbridled. After all, within the territory of the various dynasties, a grade 3 spirit artifact represented a grade 3 weapons craftsman, and no one dared rashly offend it. Whereas a grade 1 spirit artifact and quasi-royal grade spirit artifact were different from a grade 3 spirit artifact. A spirit artifact of that grade was sufficient to cause any expert of the various dynasties to take a risk for it. Hiss. The grade 3 weapon flame, violet copper weapon flame, once again lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, he continued to refine the third grade 3 spirit artifact. This grade 3 spirit artifact would be a grade 3 spirit sword. A grade 3 spirit sword was much easier to refine than the grade 3 spirit artifact bottle gourd, and Duan Lingtian spent 10 hours before successfully refining it. Done. After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian stopped and looked at the 1-meter-long blade in his hand with a satisfied expression. The violet myrtle flexible sword that had been upgraded to a grade 3 spirit artifact seemed to have a layer of faint violet sheen around it, and it looked to be extremely extraordinary. Let's try it. With a command in his heart, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body raged. Whoosh! At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above Duan Lingtian before converging into numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down. A total of 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Along with Duan Lingtian's origin energy fusing into the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. The violet myrtle flexible sword instantly straightened. At the same time, another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian. The 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Not bad. An amplification of 70%. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and he was extremely satisfied with this result. Although I've upgraded Big Brother Zhang's spirit artifact bottle gourd to a grade 3 spirit artifact earlier, I haven't tested it yet. It ought to be able to provide an amplification of 70%, right? With a curious heart, Duan Lingtian withdrew the spirit artifact bottle gourd. Along with his origin energy fusing into the spirit artifact bottle gourd. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that there were indeed another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him. Just like my violet myrtle flexible sword, it can provide an amplification of 70%. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. After staying in the inn for another month and improving his cultivation and wind concept slightly, Duan Lingtian checked out and left the inn. After he left the inn, he went directly to the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan estate when a Zhang clan guard stood out and bowed respectfully and reverently to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian. Instantly, the remaining Zhang clan guards hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian as well. Chapter 643. Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the courtyard when he heard an exceedingly excited voice sound out from within. The owner of the voice seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian revealed a slight smile when he saw the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, walk out hastily and appear before him. Brother Lingtian, please. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly invited Duan Lingtian into the courtyard, and at the same time, he instructed the nearby servant girl. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Yes. Even though the servant girl didn't know what had happened to make the eldest young master lose his composure like this, she still replied respectfully. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was led into a spacious room by Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he rubbed his palms together and had an expression of anticipation, and he completely didn't have the steady appearance he had before. Brother Lingtian, that spirit weapon bottle gourd of mine. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful gaze. Alas! Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Zhang Shouyong's face went slightly grim when he saw Duan Lingtian acting like this. Could it be that the grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't willing to help me upgrade the spirit weapon bottle gourd to the grade of a grade 3 spirit weapon? For a time, he felt a slight sense of loss in his heart. Brother Lingtian, it's fine if that senior isn't willing to help. In any case, besides that spirit weapon bottle gourd, I still have another grade 4 spirit weapon. After Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses, he instead consoled Duan Lingtian. Big brother Zhang, when did I say that senior wasn't willing to help? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhang Shouyong like this. Zhang Shouyong was stunned, then laughed bitterly. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian was intentionally sighing earlier. Big brother Zhang, here. With a raise of his hand, a wine gourd appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian passed it to Zhang Shouyong. This is my wine gourd from before. After receiving the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong looked at the even more exquisite gourd that was emitting a faint luster and could not help but be stunned. The wine gourd now was completely different from the previous wine gourd. If it's not your wine gourd, could it be my wine gourd? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Shouyong's face turned slightly red. At the same time, a ball of flame formed from origin energy suddenly ignited in his hand, and then fused into the spirit weapon gourd in his hand. In an instant, the luster around the gourd became incomparably deep. Whoosh! Above Zhang Shouyong, the heaven and earth energy stirred and eventually gathered into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 11 ancient flood dragon silhouettes appeared first, and they represented Zhang Shouyong's current cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside these 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed as if they were worshipping a supreme emperor, and they surrounded the 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the moon. An amplification of the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. Zhang Shouyong, who raised his head to look at the sky above him, was slightly stunned for a moment. In other words, my spirit weapon gourd is able to amplify an entire 70% of my strength? Now, even if it's placed amongst a pile of grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be a top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons? Zhang Shouyong's heart couldn't help but tremble intensely, as the scene before him had truly exceeded his expectations. It caused him to feel extremely shocked. Originally, as far as he was concerned, so long as his spirit weapon gourd was able to advance to the level of a grade 3 spirit weapon, then even if it could only amplify his strength by 66% or 67%, he would still feel satisfied. But now, it was completely out of his expectations. 70%. An entire 70%. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%, even though he wasn't a weapons craftsman and wasn't familiar with the Tao of weapons refinement. But even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd at least seen a pig run. He believed that, not to mention the Darkhan dynasty, even the various dynasties didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was even to the extent that the foreign lands might not possess one. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a calm expression. From the beginning until the end, he'd noticed the changes in Zhang Shouyong's expression. He wasn't surprised by Zhang Shouyong's shock. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would surely be shocked after finding out about the amplification of the spirit weapon gourd. The grade 3 spirit weapon I refined is equivalent to a grade 3 spirit weapon personally refined by the Samsara Emperor Wu. An amplification of 70%. In the entire Cloud continent, there's probably no weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon like this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps, there were many grade 2 weapons craftsmen and even grade 1 weapons craftsmen in Cloud continent. However, these weapons craftsmen might be able to easily refine a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit weapon that surpassed a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%, but if they were asked to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, it was practically impossible for them to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was already unrelated to the grade of the weapons craftsman, and it was related to the comprehension and experience of the weapons craftsman towards the Tao of weapons refinement. I haven't headed to the foreign lands in this era, so I wonder if a figure that can compare to the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of weapons refinement has appeared in Cloud continent, but I can be sure of one thing. During the second lifetime of the Samsara Emperor Wu, there wasn't a single weapons craftsman in Cloud continent that could compare to him. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Gradually, Duan Lingtian restrained his thoughts. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong had finally returned to his senses, and he fondled the wine gourd in his hand lovingly, and his eyes were filled with a burning sheen. Big Brother Zhang, that senior said. He only helped you improve the amplification of your wine gourd, yet didn't help you increase the capacity of the wine gourd. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and smiled. So, the wine gourd in your hand can only hold as much wine as it could in the past. Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses and shook his head. That's fine. At any rate, its original capacity is already sufficient for me to use. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong completely returned to his senses, and he took a deep breath before looking sincerely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Zhang Shouyong's gratitude was extremely sincere. Big Brother Zhang, you're treating me as an outsider. It's fate that we got to know each other. Not to mention that if it wasn't for you lending a hand in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast that day, I would have probably died at the hands of that withered old man long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile as he spoke slowly. When he recalled the dangerous scene in the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast that day, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, not only had the cultivation of Xiong Quan who'd always followed by his side been crippled, even he and Li Fei were in imminent danger. At the critical moment, it was precisely Zhang Shouyong that made a move and killed the withered old man. This life-saving grace was something Duan Lingtian would never forget. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle, and kindness is rewarded with kindness. In the past, I didn't really believe these words. Today, I believe them. After being reminded by Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but recall the scene from the past, and he sighed with emotion. Brother Lingtian. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong's expression became serious as he spoke word by word. In the future, if you have any orders, then I, Zhang Shouyong, will surely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, there was only a single grade 3 spirit weapon on the surface. Moreover, it was in the hands of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian had given him a grade 3 spirit weapon, and to him, it was an extremely great kindness that he was unable to repay. Big Brother Zhang, you're exaggerating. But, I really do have something to trouble Big Brother Zhang with. Duan Lingtian smiled. Please speak. Zhang Shouyong listened respectfully. Big Brother Zhang, if it's possible, I hope you can use your connections to help me search for an extremely rare medicinal material. The medicinal material drawn on this is that medicinal material, and I call it the ageless root. With a raise of his hand, a drawing appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. On the drawing, a root-shaped medicinal material was presented there, and if one looked carefully, it seemed to be the sharp claw of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Ageless root? Zhang Shouyang's brows raised as he solemnly received the drawing from Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, brother Lingtian, I'll do my best to search for this medicinal material for you. Thank you, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then he said, besides that, if big brother Zhang has a way to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists that you don't need, then I hope you can transfer it to me. I'll surely reward you generously. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. After all, Zhang Shouyang was a void initiation stage martial artist as well. Presently, he was similarly striving on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it was a spirit fruit that he hadn't consumed in the past, it would surely be impossible for him to give it to another. Everyone had their own selfish motives.